Silky Smooth Johnson, nice drawing. Thank you, Silky Smooth Johnson. Thank you. Carolina, hi, happy Saturday. Carolina, thank you so much. Thank you so much for stopping by. I changed my profile name. Lena Xandria. Carolina at Lena Xandria. Okay, nice. Welcome, Uwamo. How's it going? How is it going? Good to see the drawing is coming out so fine, like your persistence and never stop. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. I think this one's gonna be a good one. I think I've established like the roadmap. Just gotta render things out now successfully, and this could be a good piece. I'm excited to see this one when it's completed. What was the movie group's conclusion about the 28-day movie? My view was that the first 1/3 of it was really good. I thought it was like a really solid movie. Well, it was kind of I think it was mixed reviews because Jipochi hates it, and I thought the movie just progressively got worse as things went on. And at the very end, the movie was really like the last like 10 minutes of the movie was almost unbearable. Like almost ruin. Like I would say ruins the movie almost. It's hard to phrase it any other way, but it's almost like I said this before, but it's almost like there was a handler making sure the director doesn't go off the rails, and the director like forgot to take medication that day, and the handler wasn't there. So like I said, I think if the movie had just been what the movie was, the first 1/3 of it, it would have been a solid film. But it it had good moments. But like I said, mixed reviews. Jipochi just all around hates it, and I thought the movie was fine, and it just slowly got worse as time went on. Also, the action scenes too were a little bit. They had like this weird effect where like when the zombies would get hit by a bow, they would do this weird bullet time, but like it was sped up. Rollblock says, "Hi, just wanted to check on you. Thank you for checking on me, Rollblocks. Are you my FBI agent? Are you my designated CIA agent that watches me? I appreciate the check-in. Nice. It's fun to shit and pick apart a bad movie. Yeah. It would have been could have been a much better movie, and like it had like the potential, because I think the cinematography and stuff was strong. The cinematography for the most part was like the visuals. They knew what they were doing in terms of like that. Like the movie felt like a movie, and I thought the zombies looked fine and all that. But there was just just wonky things, and I kind of think it's one of those things too, where when a movie calls itself 28 Days Later, you kind of expect like the best, it has to be like this is gonna be amazing, and so because of that, I think people were set like they were mentally prepared to like see something amazing, and when the movie was doing like goofy oofy stuff, it sort of was like you almost wanted to hate it more because you almost wanted to hit it harder with the criticism because it was like it dared to call itself associate itself with the 28 days later. If it wasn't for that, I think most people wouldn't. They'd be like, "It was all right," you know. That would have been like sort of the overall consensus. But so that's kind of like my take on it. But outside of that, I've been doing a little spreading managed democracy across the galaxy in Helldivers. I've been really enjoying that game again. They've been pumping it with updates and stuff, so I'll watch Vince Nine. Hello, Foros. Thank you, Vince Nine. Thank you, thank you. I'll watch the movie at some point. I recommend the zombie movie, The Girl with All the Gifts. It has that boring British vibe, but I think it's a decent watch. Mmm. I don't know if I kind of like the boring. I honestly like that kind of sounds appealing. I can dig some boring British vibes. You know, like a little bit of a slow burn, some dry humor, some subtle dry humor, some slow burning kind of like. I can dig. I can dig. I haven't played Helldivers. I might try it. It is. I think Helldivers is a good game. I think it's a solid game. I would get it on. If you're not sure, I would like get it on. I knew right away I was gonna like it because it was like so, like it was like Starship Troopers. It was like that whole fantasy world, but just like different. You're like more special forces version of that universe, and yeah, I just immediately knew I was gonna like it. So I would get it. I would maybe like seek it on sale. If you can find it on sale, I would probably pick it up. Like $15 would be like a great price for that game. Like just a fantastic, well worth the price. I bought some fizz water, raspberry lemon flavored sparkling water. It tastes like if you ever tasted White Claw, minus the alcohol. Like it tastes like water basically with fizz, and the taste itself is like when you remember what something tastes like. That's what it tastes like. It's the weirdest sensation ever. I didn't know anything about the game, but now you said it, feels like Starship Troopers. My interest is piqued. It's very satirical, like it's very, like you know, it's a very satirical sort of interpretation of freedom. It's very questionable whether you're the actual good guys. I heard Sony was gonna make. They're gonna put money into making another film with Starship Troopers and Helldivers. So I'm really excited about that. I wonder how much I'm gonna get done today. I'm definitely gonna try and because I spent a lot of streams on the last picture, and I kind of want to spend. I squeezed out a lot of what a lot out of that picture, out of the clown girl picture. And I kind of want this to be sort of also at least at that same level. I'm hoping. as far as like the rendering quality and stuff. Just the amount of effort I put into it. Have you watched Starship Troopers 2? It's bad, but amusing. I don't want to ruin my childhood. You know what I mean? I can't. It's too painful. Because I love it. I love Starship Troopers so much that, like, watching something fall apart, it would break my heart too much. I can't look at it. I don't acknowledge its existence. That's kind of where I'm at. I just can't do it. The pain is too real. I know what you mean. I don't watch the RoboCop sequels for the same reason. I didn't hate the. I watched the RoboCop 2, and I can't remember the third one. I watched some of them. I think 2 was good with the chicken one was in the second movie, right? The big chicken one, R2D2 or whatever it was called. I know it's not R2D2. I just can't remember the name, but that one was good, but the third one I think is where it like starts to fall apart. It's almost like the third, if I'm remembering correctly, the third RoboCop was almost not a RoboCop movie, but it had RoboCop in it. That's what it felt like. It was just like he was there, but the movie was like just all over the place, and he just showed up. Sheesh, bye. I think. Hello, how's it going? We were talking about RoboCop. I think as a child, my RoboCop was probably my favorite hero. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think RoboCop was like who I looked up to the most. Like, I'm like, this is my guy right here. Partially because he's like, you know, the roboticness, and he like maybe can live forever kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like that appealed to me. I'm like, I mean, how's he gonna die if he's basically a robot except for the brain? So I'm like, all of this appeals to me. Like I said, if my guy Arnold in Predator, I have watched 2 once, but I didn't watch it anymore because it creates PTSD. I swear I'm going to cry more when Arnold dies than I did when Queen died. When Queen died, first Predator, my favorite. Yeah, I think for me it has. I think my favorite suit. Not I guess RoboCop is not a superhero, but I think yeah, like I think he's like my at least like when I was a kid, like in that 9 to 12 age range, that 9 year old to 12 age range is like that. I think RoboCop appealed to me the most. I'm like this works for me. I'm assuming you don't mean the queen. The queen died. Like the queen of. I'm assuming you don't mean the Queen of England, right? Like, I don't know anything about the royal family or like when they died or whatever. I know. I think they're like around, right? Like the musician, the Queen, or I don't know. Even see, that's the thing. I don't even know about the musical stuff, so I'm not sure. The Queen of England died 3 years ago, or thereabout. Oh, really? I'm not a particularly royalist, but I blubbered like a baby when she died. I thought I just saw. I guess she did, right? I don't know. I guess I don't like follow the news enough in terms of like world politics. I for some reason I felt like she was like that old lady they show, right? I feel like I see footage of her enough to where my perception was that like didn't like the British guy who was like next up for the throne, he like went to America and denounced his like royal kind of lineage, or not denounced it, but he didn't want to like be the next in line or something like that. I forget, was it Harry or something? I forget his name, but like something like that happened, and that's like as far back as I know about the England lore. In France, her funeral was broadcast all day on all TV channels. Aduma says hello on Kick. Aduma, welcome back. Um, wow, I didn't even know anything about that. Like, we hear things passively over here. I guess they really don't have an immortality pill, because I feel like if they did, like, those would be the people that would like get it secretly, you know what I mean? That tells me they probably don't have like an immortality pill. So, Aduma, Aduma on Kick says beautiful drawing. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. It would be so cool though to have like belong to a royal family. Just the chill level. I mean, I'm sure they have to go to a lot of meetings and stuff, and it's in a lot of like traditional kind of like you have to wear a lot of traditional garb and like be at places and stuff like that. But bro, like imagine just hanging out in a castle all day. Like you just hang out and then like you know what I mean? I know that the one guy served in the helicopter unit or something like that, which is pretty dope that he did that. I'm gonna be honest, it's pretty. It's like modern cavalry almost. You know what I mean? Imagine a political figure that is universally loved, that existed in your life, your father's life, your grandfather's life, and then she died. Yeah. How old was she when she died? It's kind of crazy that I'm getting this news like 3 years after. I mean, like I guess to me doesn't it's like a you know what I mean? It doesn't I don't have any feelings about it because I didn't like it's not it's so far away from us that like I probably heard about it and was like, you know what I mean? And it wasn't like a thing because we don't it's not as big of a that is kind of crazy that how that works. I googled 96, dude. 96. So that was 3 years ago. 22. She died in 22. Minus. Hold on. I'm too stupid. I gotta use a calculator. Uh, so that was 2000. 2022 minus 96. Whoa! She lived through Hitler, dude. She was born in 1926. That oh my god. She like she was born when people were still using like horse drawn cars to move stuff around. That's crazy. You know what I mean? And people still do that in some places. Like they move the hay with the horses. 1926. She lived in a different reality. Like the radios were 1926. Not like the radio was still like a technological marvel. Isn't that crazy? She was like she's the longest reigning monarch, I think, until me. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, Slipknot fan says, "Yo, what's up, Slipknot? We were just Slipknot fan. Tell me about. Did you uh Slipknot fans says, "Yo, we were just on Twitch talking about the Queen of it. What are your I didn't know. I just found out that she died 3 years ago. I'm talking to Kamuwamu about it. What's your what? Sorry, I just made a really funny joke and I can't stop laughing now. What's your thoughts about the Queen of England? What were the vibes like? Because to us it was like not a like I didn't really like I'm just finding out now. I'm sure I heard about it, but it was just like it passed by my ears. I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember how we got on Long Live the King for us, right? We're just wondering how like British people were what was that like for cuz it was like your guys's I don't even have an American comparison. Like we don't even have anything to compare the did you mean how did you feel about it? It seems like universally it sounds like she was loved and she died and people were like sad. So I'm just trying to get a sense of like what it was like for British people. I was kind of sad about it. Okay. That because I mean she was born in 1926. That's so crazy. You know when you like think about what her perception of reality was like, because like if you were born in 1926, you're being taken care of, you're being watched over by people who were born in the 18th century. Like think about it, adults that were raising the Queen of England, like she's born in 1926, her caretakers were born in the 18th century, and 200 years before that, Joan of Arc existed, right? In like the 16th, you know what I mean? It's like you literally can just feel history. It's kind of similar to a celebrity death. Yeah, but I feel like it's like yeah, I feel nothing when celebrities die. Dude, I feel nothing. Um, that because it's like I don't know, it's like there's a connection, you know what I mean? When you're alive that long, like you're literally a conduit for history. We got into the conversation because we were talking about the 80s action heroes, and then I said I would cry more if Arnie died compared to the amount I cried for the Queen. Blasphemy. Blasphemy. No, but that's yeah, that's dope. I'm literally just finding, well, like I probably heard about it. It just kind of it's not a thing for us here. But yeah, when I think I'm just like when celebrities die. I'm not like into musicians and celebrities. I'm sad Ozzy's gone. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I heard about that. Ozzy's gone. But like last time I heard him, like he was on some TV show. He was like fairly incoherent. Like he wasn't his words weren't like even like he wasn't putting his words together. Uh, Kamawama lol, yeah, treason, hang, draw Kuma's ass. Hang, sorry, Kuma. We gotta. I guess we don't have equivalent deaths. You know what I mean? I guess. Especially with like the age. It's kind of like when I think about my grandma and like her timeline. Like imagine like living in the early like basically it's just wild to think like they lived in a different completely different reality to what is now. You know what I mean? Like we are going into full like cyberpunk kind of reality now. Some people aren't really phased about what happens to famous figures. No, I think I'm like that. Is I just kind of I let go. I'm just like, you know, we have our time on Earth and we have fun. And then we go. I don't feel like it's that big of a deal, I think. It is weird to think like in the 80s Arnold Schwarzenegger was like he was such a star. It's like stars like that like they don't even have people like that are young now. They don't there's no one like Arnold anymore. You know what I mean? There's no one on that level where he like having like the United States like mega celebrity superstars of the 80s. Like that doesn't even like really exist anymore. I guess to like maybe like the kids out there like PewDiePie is like on that level or whatever, or maybe I almost said Master Beast. Mr. Beast is like that for some people. You know, to me they're all like kind of irrelevant. They're just sort of like people. So, and I think partially too is like you get to see. Can you help me with stopping my friend's bully? Can you help me with stopping my friend's bullying? Me, I am living with the president's sister of my country. Uh, I do, but there's no way I can help you, I don't think. The Arnie documentary on Netflix is really cool. I thought you were gonna say Matt Damon, lol. No, I was just saying that, like, we just... I think, too, like, if someone becomes internet big, you see them every day just kind of in front of the camera, or they're making YouTube videos. A little Matt Damon, very amusing. You know what I mean? But, like, back then, you just saw superstars, and you didn't know what they really thought. You just saw, like, some internet clips or whatever. You didn't know who Arnold was. Whereas now, it's like, the internet celebrities, there's so much more information on them. And, like, everything you say, like, anywhere, like, can backfire. And, you know, you're just... Things were more hidden and mysterious, and, like, people could be... You can like imagine what Arnold was like before now, right? Like, we didn't really know what he was like, so maybe he was just cool all day, but we didn't know. Whereas, like, now it's like a different vibe. All the creators that are becoming big, we kind of know every single nuanced. We know, like, what coffee they drink and what, you know. It's like a lot different now. It's not as magical, I guess. I swear, this drink is giving me PTSD. I don't know how to explain it, but you know how sometimes... beautiful drawing by. Take care. Believe in your dreams. Thank you, Aduma. I think this drink is giving me, like, PTSD because it tastes just like White Claw minus the alcohol. And I think my brain is expecting, like, to get fucked up, but I'm not. So I'm just sitting here, and my brain is like, what is going on right now? Oh my god. What the? Grazolius. Grazolius. Thank you so much. Hello, how's it going, Grazolius? We appreciate the stop by. But you said Mr. Beast. I mean, Matt Damon is still kind of, like, popular, probably, right? Yeah, your point is so true. It's like politicians in the past were seen as these mythical leadership figures, but nowadays a politician can be destroyed by the slightest thing captured on TV. I reckon Alexander the Great would have a hard time in the internet age. Yeah, didn't Alexander, he started to, like, I don't know if this is true. I might be, like, making this up, but didn't he eventually get to a stage where he started telling people not to look directly at him because he was like, I'm a god, you shouldn't look directly at me, which is like, it's like as far as you can go in terms of, like, ego. Like, his ego peaked. It's like, sorry, you shouldn't look directly at me because I'm kind of a god compared to you, and you should, like, lower your eyes when you address me. But yeah, Alexander was definitely, like, I think I'm somewhere in between. Who was that philosopher that he visited that lived in the barrel? I always forget his name, but I think it's an interesting contrast. He had Alexander went to this philosopher in some city, and he was like, "What do you want? And if it's within my power, I will give it to you." And so the philosopher was like, "Oh, please stand aside, for you're blocking the sun," kind of like that thing. And he, like, lived like with dogs in a barrel, and he saw a child drink with his hands, so he realized he didn't need a cup anymore because, like, you know what I mean? He kept getting rid of things because it's like, well, I don't need a cup if a child can drink from a river with his hands. Like, I forget his name, but you guys know what I'm talking about. It's like one of those, like, life has no meaning philosophers. I think I think I'm closer to that guy, like a little bit spiritually. Like I like Alexander the Great, but I am kind of like a feral. Alexander did assert that he was a god. Aristotle taught Alexander. Yeah. No, but I'm not talking about Aristotle, but you know that you guys know who I'm talking about. There was a a philosopher that Alexander like later met in later in life. I forget his name now, but I think it's pretty interesting. But I definitely lean more. I lean more into the kind of chill. I'm more of a chill kind of a, you know. Sherlock. Greetings. How's everything? It's going really good. Hello, Slut. We were talking about Sherlock. Your thoughts. We were just discussing the Queen of England and how people felt. If you would like to share your thoughts, we were just having like very funny discussions. Not funny, but you know what I mean. Like interesting discussions about that. Like famous people dying and how we felt. Let me ask ChatGPT really quick, just really quick, because it's gonna eat away at me if I don't figure this out. What was the philosopher? I misspelled that. Philosopher that Alexander met, who lived in a barrel? You're thinking of Diogenes. Diogenes of Sinope, the Greek philosopher. Oh yeah, Diogenes. He was a cynic who lived in Athens, 4th century BCE, and famously rejected wealth, comfort, and social norms. He supposedly lived in a large ceramic jar, often mistranslated as barrel, in the marketplace. Alexander the Great is said to have visited him, offering to grant him any wish. Diogenes replied, stand out of my sunlight. Would you like me to give a quick rundown? So yeah, it was Diogenes. That's the guy who I was talking about. I'll have to read about that more. Yeah, he was a cool guy, but I feel like you can only be a Diogenes in the Mediterranean. That's the issue. Is like if you lived in, if you live in a cold environment with brutal winters, you really can't be that kind of guy. You know what I mean? I would love to be Diogenes. It's just that I keep having to have I need money, otherwise they'll turn off my. Who did nihilism too? Diogenes was the man who did nihilism. Yeah, he was like nothing matters and you should just chill kind of guy. I forgot most of my philosophy. Please forgive and correct me if. Oh no, I was just I was reading off ChatGPT. I don't know. I just know something like that happened. Uh uh like the Ubermensch type character. But I thought I thought Alexander was more of the Ubermensch, right? I feel like Diogenes was more in the other direction of being like rejecting strength and power or whatever. You know what I mean? Seems like Alexander was more of the Ubermensch conqueror kind of character. Diogenes was definitely about cynicism, but if I remember correctly, it is different from modern cynicism. It probably is. It probably is. I think Ubermensch means a complete rejection of the status. Ubermensch means a complete rejection of the status quo, which you could associate with any character that doesn't give a shit, I suppose. Uh, I always associated the word Ubermensch with like the German version, the German edition of the Ubermensch. I know Nietzsche had a different take on it too, and they misrepresented like what he was saying. And I tried reading. When I say reading Nietzsche, I mean I was watching YouTube videos about it, and I literally couldn't understand what he was talking about. Like I might just be like too low IQ, but I literally I just couldn't understand what Nietzsche is talking about. Literally, just can't do it. And I listened to the people who were explaining what he meant, and I still was confused, if that makes sense. So it's like beyond me. Luna Loveday, thank you for stopping by. But if rejecting the status quo makes you an Ubermensch, then you're looking at him. No, just 1 second. Let me grab something. I'll be right back. I am excited about today because I feel like this picture could really be a high level picture. It's going to require a lot of careful rendering, but this is going to be good. Does anyone understand? Can someone summarize what Nietzsche was talking about? I know there's a lot of like out there, like there's a lot of misrepresentation of what he was talking about. I'm like too dumb to understand, I guess. Oh, did I walk off with my pencils and set them down? There's that one. Here's the one pencil. I don't understand the Ubermensch concept much either, but my overall impression is that the Ubermensch is someone that chooses their values and purpose in life. Oh. Well, then I like this version. Because I think that is how you gotta live. You have to reject, like you have to make enough money to put food in your mouth and stuff. Beyond that, and it's nice to have nice things. Don't get me. I love that I have a car and a house to live in, and that I can afford to buy food. Beyond that, I really don't see the point. Like I guess I am the Diogenes plus, where I believe that you should work hard enough, to like be comfortable. I don't want to live in a barrel with dogs necessarily. But I do want to have a nice computer and have reasonable transportation. Go on walks and things. But beyond that, I really don't understand the point of striving too much harder. I want to play video games and hang out with friends, and I just don't see the point of like sort of having a go at like conquering the world. I just don't get it. So yeah, I'm not Diogenes, but I am Diogenes plus in terms of like in the sense that I believe you shouldn't completely reject everything, but just work hard enough to meet like a minimum standard of comfort, and enjoy life and learn and be nice to people or whatever. And that's kind of where I'm at. Now, if money were to fall in my lap, let's say if I walked into $1,000,000, I think that's great, and I'll just I'll tell myself the universe manifests, and I won't have to worry about money anymore, and that'll be great in its own way. So I rather call myself Diogenes instead of Ubermensch, because that's gonna get misunderstood. I rather just avoid that word for the sake of the my Have you seen any Chow Young Fat movies? I have not. I have not. Sounds like the thing is you have to cultivate your own peace, and peace is very subjective. That's right. And that's why they say you have to get to know yourself, because if you don't know yourself, you can get stuck in a long tunnel of having to, like, you can spend decades working in the wrong direction only to realize that you've essentially been building the wrong kind of life. Because like once you get rid of ego, let's say you're able to overcome ego, and you don't care that you look like a fool or whatever, and then you realize like you've been sort of doing whatever, to fulfill society's norms of like what is it to be successful, then you realize you're miserable. That's why, yeah, get to know yourself so you can like build your peace instead of um, society's perception of what you should do. I think Diogenes is a little bit too far for me. I don't want to live in a barrel, but I have a house. I'm comfortable. I just want to eat my eggs and draw on the stream and play video games at night. And that is the perfect life. I found it. I found the meaning of life. I have it. There's nowhere else to go. Um, Nietzsche was the precursor to existentialism. Wait, Nietzsche was a precursor to existentialism. Oh, another word I don't know, which purports that there is no universal purpose that needs to be discovered. Existentialism purports that one can assign one's own meaning and purpose. I believe that. I think I agree. I'll have to have a think about. I'll have to meditate on that. I'll have to smoke on it and meditate on it. But I think I agree. I think there's a degree to which that is true. I don't believe that to be a 100% thing because what if your purpose that you assign yourself hurts others, kind of thing. So I think everything. I believe that to a degree, but you shouldn't assign your. What the problem is if you take that to if you pull that lever all the way down, then like what if my perception of what I should do sort of intervenes with other people's purpose, if that makes sense. Yo, home skillet. Oh, cool dad body. Yeah. Just like in the military, just like in the military. But yeah, I wanted some dead warriors, like the dead humans defending the city, and then like the angels come in and save the. Have you seen Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Bulletproof Monk, or the Replacement? Okay, I've seen Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and I secretly really liked it. And people like we watched it with, they were like making fun of me for liking it, and I'm like, actually, I thought it was a kind of a dope movie. Like, I really like... I don't know why, I'm just like... I really like that movie. I thought it was dope. But the other, Bulletproof Monk, I've definitely heard of that. Didn't see it. Maybe saw it. Can't remember. Or the Replacement Killers. Replacement Killers, never heard of it. But yeah, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, I remember really liking it. I was like 15 or whatever, but like I liked it. I've seen that, but it's been years. Oh, is that so? Nietzsche believed that you should set your own. I guess my existentialism ends with I believe you should do existentialism, but not to. I believe not in intervening with other people's lives, if that makes sense. Like if I set myself the goal of conquering the world, I think that's bad because then like you're gonna have to walk through some people to achieve that. I'm saying walk through in a political way, right? You're gonna have to end some people's lives to do that. So I'm like, I probably shouldn't do that. You ever watch reruns of really old 1970s kung fu movies? They are so bad that they are cool. No, I probably haven't. I know they're probably pretty silly. Actually, if you watch the Power Rangers, I know this is kind of silly and off topic, but I remember watching Power Rangers and I was kind of shocked by how good the choreography was. I was really shocked. I can't remember what version of it was, but Power Rangers actually had some really, really good choreography in some places. Shockingly good. Crouching Tiger stars Chow Yun-fat. Okay, nice. Is that a dude or Crouching Tiger? I just don't remember. It was so long ago, you know what I mean, that I don't even remember who was what. I just remember it was like a dope kung fu. I just did a quick drive-by. Now be well. Thank you, Sherlock. I appreciate the visit. I hope your work or whatever you're doing today, hope it goes well for you. Chow Yun Fat is male. Okay. Nice. Nice. Wasn't there? Didn't that movie have like a blind girl in it too? Oh, Kamuwamu, you did bring up the meat, the dried meat we were talking about. And the way you make that, I guess, I every time I made it, I ruined it horribly. I've only ever done successful dried pork, and I use a dehydrator, which when you speed it up like that, it does kind of ruin a little bit of the taste. I think like it tastes kind of different. But I have always oversalted my See, I don't know. My mom made it. My mom made it. Every time I've made beef like that, like the dried beef, the air dried beef, I think you're supposed to use a fridge, and you're basically just drying. You're using time and air, and you want to keep it refrigerated. But some people kind of don't, and it works out fine. I don't. But it's basically like it's just aged meat. Airy does air. Oh, of course he likes it. It's like salty meat. I absolutely love it myself. I could eat that. I could eat like dried meat for every meal for the rest of my life, and I would never get tired of it. Not beef jerky is like a scab. Beef jerky is like a scab that you peel off your elbow. This is more. It's like that on the outside, but it still has that softness on the inside, and that's you're trying to. And it depends on the consistency you want. You can make it drier and just wait longer. But I do like the center to be a little bit, you're just putting a lot of spices on it, a lot of salt and spices, and you're just like drying it out. I don't know, my mom's pretty good at making it, so that's where I get my. And every time I've bought it, it's never been quite right. Slipknot fan says, hello, Kamuwamu. I found a trailer for a Chow Yun Fat movie today called Flaming Brothers, about two orphans who agree to treat each other as brothers, and when they grow up, they join the triads. Looks pretty good. While the unfortunate translation of that name, though, I think the blind character you mentioned might be in another movie. It might be. It might be. I do really like beef jerky. I do like beef jerky a lot. But I'm just saying, like, I feel like with beef jerky, as soon as you're done eating it, you're hungry again, and I need like bigger pieces of meat, I guess. I don't know. I'm a big fan. But you can use a dehydrator. That title is pretty funny. Yeah, it is. I'm sure it's a translation issue, you know what I mean? I'm sure it sounds better in Chinese or whatever, but oh boy. The picture of the meat looks really nice. I have a mate from Switzerland that brings over Swiss jerky. It's nice, so internally Soft, yes, very nice. I recommend it. Can't remember the name. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's exactly like that. Uh, that's how you gotta do it. You gotta have the middle still kind of like kind of soft, and then the outside is hard and was filled with spices. It's true. Hong Kong title is actually something like un, underworld rival. Yeah, underworld rivalry. Um, Standard supermarket jerky literally just tastes like meat flavored plastic. Standard supermarket jerky just tastes like meat flavored plastic. That's yeah, it does. It does have that. It's strange too because like I bought pretty expensive dried meats before to try and find a way to, and it all kind of has that like distant plasticky taste. It's like not I'm not eating real food. And I think a lot of that is like they have to when you're making it yourself, you got the control over how you're gonna make it. But if they make it in a standard processing procedure, they have to, I'm sure, to comply with the law, add all kinds of preservatives, right? Because you have a biomass of meat that you have to send to someone without it being ruined. So by the time it goes through all that process, something go happens to it where it's just by the time it gets to you, it's just like it's not the same as if you make it at home. You just can't reach that same level. Or Triad War. Nice. That's a place I gotta go to one day. Hong Kong. I know Hong Kong isn't like what it used to be in the 90s. Like it used to be like the place to go to and like but I don't know. I'm sure Hong Kong is still pretty dope. I heard they're like more western there because the Brits were like in control of Hong Kong for a long time. So it's got a little bit of that like a little bit of more western vibe. I don't really know. I just remember seeing something like that on YouTube. And they yeah, they basically Hong Kong is like the more chill China. I just said Brits. Like, is that offensive to British people? Is that like a derogatory term for? I just realized that it just came out. It just came out of my mouth. I didn't even stop it. I'm like those Brits in China. Don't get me wrong. I don't mind eating a bit of supermarket jerky with a beer. It's but it's not possible to claim it's decent food. Oh yeah, for sure. Especially with like once you involve beer in the process, it's definitely passable experience. I went to Hong Kong in the 90s, loved the combination of high tech with street scene. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I mean, is like that whole vibe. I've never been to China, obviously, but I'd like to go to Hong Kong. I'm sure now, well, I'm sure it'd still be amazing now, but it definitely, like, I feel like from what I've been hearing is that Hong Kong peaked in the 90s, like, and then now there's like a bunch of places like that, kind of. It's not like this monolithic thing anymore. It's okay to say Brits. Nice. In northern Sweden, we have dried reindeer meat. Northern Sweden, nice. We have dried reindeer meat from the Samis. You can only get it in special stores, and it's not sold in the supermarket. It is great to eat. The miners are eating during work. Dude, that sounds so good. And it is good if go on a hiking. And it is good if go on the hiking. Yeah, I bet like wild meat, gamey meat probably has a different vibe to it too. I would definitely like to try that one day. Where did you say northern Sweden? Sounds delicious. See, the problem is I love that stuff so much, like the dried meat. I can eat it for every single meat. Yes, that is me. The front leg is the best part. I could eat it. Are you Carolina stable? Just check. Yeah, I could eat dried meat like every single day for every single meal, and I would never tire of it. Never. No, Brit will refer to themselves as Brit, but it's not offensive to be called Brit. No Brit will ever refer to themselves as Brit. I saw a Swedish dish of grated deer meat on porridge with butter. I always wanted to try that. Yeah, like I said, I can eat even dried salted fish. Like once that's in front of me, like some like fish that's been like, that's another thing. Smoked fish is also delicious. Yeah, that's another thing I can eat like nonstop. I know not everyone likes caviar, but I do I don't I've tried black caviar. I didn't really like it, but red caviar, like on a white bread, butter, red caviar, perfect. Gotta watch the blood pressure with salt intake. Never cared until my 40s. Yeah, hopefully I never get that. I wanna eat exactly what I want. I don't want to get blood pressure issues. At the Smorgo board, I eat only the salmons and the caviar. Smorgo board. Is that a play? Is that like a play? Is that like a special fish store? At the I'm not gonna try to say it. Wait, yeah, at the Smorgo board. Dude, that sounds delicious. Yeah, caviar, like red caviar on bread and butter. I Oh my god, it's so good. Beef jerky has a ton of salt unless you keep your own with little salt. I always wanted to try the fermented fish dish that they do in Scandinavia. I would like to do. Yeah, I have a strange feeling I would immediately like that. I have this strange sense that I would love that Scandinavian like fermented fish. I know it's not everyone's taste, but I have a sense internally that I would actually secretly love it. Because I've tried a lot of weird fishy stuff, and I liked all of it. So I feel like I know what you mean. I think I would like to try that too. Smorgasbord, smorgasbord buffet of food. Oh, okay. So that's what that means. I don't know how it is spelled. I understand. Smorgasbord. Well, we'll have to go try smorgasbord. So you guys have like those you guys have food buffets too? I've never had caviar, but have heard it is really salty. Like I said, I think that if you want to experience caviar, if you want to experience caviar in your 40s, I would get some nice bread, layer a good amount of butter, and have like a single row of caviar, and you're gonna like it. Now I'll just eat it with a spoon, straight out of a fish that I just, you know what I mean? I don't care. I will eat it straight out of a fish that's still flopping around. That's how much I love caviar. You can't stop me. But for the normies, I would go that route. You know what I mean? I imagine that fermented fish is akin to really, really stinky French cheese. Not necessarily in taste, but necessarily in flavor. You know something? You know what You know what I figured out in life is that it's just not just the taste and smell. It's the texture a lot of times too. Sometimes a food is held together with the like when you bite into it. The way there was like this fish with like really brittle bones, and you can like eat the bones because they're so brittle, and I love the way like you feel them like breaking down like the little cartilage. I don't know, there's just food that's like it's better. I don't know, a lot of like in Europe there's like a lot of like candy and stuff that they have like cakes and stuff. It's like this is like one horrific thing that Americans don't know how to do is like pastries and like and things of that nature. They just like they think it's more sugar makes better, whereas like it's a lot of it is like texture. You know, the waffle, like the consistency of the filling. I think Europeans like do that like a lot better like overall in general, and yeah, I think that's also very important. Is the texture that you're provided with. The other nice thing about this colder weather is the dog just sleeps. He doesn't like walk around back and forth. Uh, a nice cracker, a bit of butter, and or cream cheese with caviar. Superb. I had a lot of foreign exchange students in my household when I was a child, and I never forgot this guy from Russia that came to stay. He provided the biggest jar of caviar I've ever seen. That guy was my dad's favorite exchange student. He still talks about it to this day. That is a thing over there. Caviar is a big thing. I've only ever found caviar in America in like you have to go to Chicago and there's like this Polish store. It was like it's like European catering kind of, but it's mostly like Slavic oriented. But it's they got all kinds of stuff, but a lot of Slavs in there, let's say. And they have that's the only place I ever found caviar in America. I'm sure that I've seen it, but it's like the price normally here. It's like you might as well just bring like a brick of gold. That's how much it's like cost usually. It's just you cannot like afford it. Like you have to be, I don't know, you have to be like a doctor to like have caviar once a year in America. The price of it's a lovely story, Kamuwamu. Jiposhi, welcome. I haven't had caviar as well. I don't know what they are. I don't know that they are good money makers in Stardew Valley. Uh, the price of caviar is crazy in the West. Probably cheaper to take a flight to Russia and eat caviar than to buy it from the supermarket. Yeah, like I said, you gotta bring, I don't know, a fortune with you. Lots of glazing for caviar today. Yeah. Um, I recently had truffles. It just feels powdery in your mouth. I don't see why it's special, or maybe I'm just used to food that are easily available. Baku, welcome, man. Baku, how's it going? Haven't seen you in here for a little bit. We're just talking about the wonders of caviar. I have school. Oh, dude, that sucks. How about you? Um, I'm doing really good. Thank you for asking, Baku. I have school. Damn, dude, that sucks. We're bringing up the caviar up, but it's basically tiny versions of olives with a fishy taste. Um, but you can't put an olive in your mouth and kind of like what I like to do too is like I'll put one on my tongue like when there's caviar. Okay, you get one on your tongue, and you can crush it with your tongue, and then like the juice spills out. Can't do that with an olive. Let's be amazing. Let's be honest. It's a different experience, in my opinion. I actually really like black olives. Actually, I do. I'll eat black olives like nobody's business. Cool. I hope school goes well for you today. I hope you have a good day at school. Some people don't dislike school. I really didn't like school. So for me, it's like going to prison every day. I've seen how it was harvested. I've never looked caviar the same again. Um, there's two versions though: Kamu Wamu salmon and sturgeon. Which one have you tasted? Caviar and olives are basically different textual versions of salt explosions. Uh, yes, but I feel like I've had like non-salted olives. Are they salted in bread? I feel like I've had olives that weren't like super salted. I'm glad Baku could stop by despite his school. I just don't understand like the people who enjoy school. I'm not like saying they're wrong. I just don't understand the people who enjoyed school. Like I genuinely like I cannot understand how anyone could want to be there. Salmon caviar. Salmon caviar. Is that what you like, Slipknot? I can't remember how we got caviar. I know my grandfather would fish and stuff, so he would get his own. Oh my god. You know what the thing is though? You can do the same thing with caviar. Um like he would like dry it. Like he would take a bunch of caviar and I remember he would like have these dried pouches of caviar. Like imagine caviar but beef jerky. Bro. It was pure, I mean it tasted like pure salt, but the texture of for it was actually kind of I like the texture. I'd like to try it someday. We will just eat dinner, breakfast now. I just woke up, lol. I will just eat dinner, breakfast. Gotcha. I don't know if I've tried caviar. I think I've tried cod eggs once. Nice. Nice and fishy. Honestly, guys, sometimes I do feel like I'm getting close to that point where I can, like, I'm starting to be able to draw what I want, if that makes sense. Like, I can actually draw the body positions and the scenery that I actually have in my mind. Like, this one was challenging because it's so complicated with, like, how many things are going on in it. But it is, like, what I wanted to draw. And so, once... So I'm really happy about that, right? Maybe within the next 5 years I can produce an opus magnum of my work or something like that. Good luck, brother. I'd like to just eat dinner, breakfast. Have you ever drunk pure water? Pure water is not very satisfying, very dry. My chemistry teacher fed it to me once. Oh, without all the stuff in it? I have never done that. I've never done that. What's it like? Well, I mean, you just told me, but I'm saying, like, isn't it like one of those things where if you drink if you will if you drink pure water without like I like the I like the guy in the right corner, quite more morose in a good way. Um, like if you keep drinking pure water without all the good stuff in it, you eventually just die because you need like the minerals and stuff. You'll be drawing what you will be drawing next slip. I think I will get salmon, caviar, ikra. Yeah, ikra because there's a Russian food store in what? I bet they had to change their name. No, I'm just. I bet they had to change their name a little bit. Eastern European food store. Eastern European food store. Gotta go out again. I don't really draw much anymore. Red Cloud, see you later. Thank you, Red Cloud, for the stop by. Pure water tastes like drinking a dry white wine without the alcohol or flavor. That's interesting. Yeah, I've never had that. Just like chemically remove all of the stuff you need in water. One time, I was like trying to clean up my diet, and I was like eating really good, and then I ended up buying like this water that supposedly had like everything you need, like it had the HP levels and all this kind of figured out. And I swear to God, I that water, I don't know what it was. Like I can't explain it. Like I started drinking this water for a few weeks, and I started to get like very irritable. And I don't know if it's because it was like healing me or not healing me. Something was up with that water. Like I drank this like water plus, and it was supposed to be like, you know, like I said, like just water that has all the stuff you kind of need. But I felt like increasingly more irritable, and so I just stopped drinking it. I wasn't even. I'm pretty sure it was that water because like my diet was so on point that it was hard for me to believe that like it was anything else because nothing else was going in my system. I know Red Cloud from some other streams. It was actually it was a. I don't want to say the water brand because it's associated with the store, and I don't want to get sued for defamation. Um, I'm trying to like, how can I say it without saying something that's gonna get me in trouble? You know what I mean? Because I don't want to say a brand name and they're gonna be like, no, our water is provable. You know what I mean? The problem is like, guys, I've worked in manufacturing, and let me tell you, unless it's a dedicated plant that does only one thing, quality of anything is very questionable. Quality of anything is very questionable if you have a plant that produces multiple products for different companies. Like I said, the only thing you can trust kind of is if it's a plant that's dedicated to only making one thing. That's the only way you can control any kind of quality assurance. Otherwise, you're just rolling the dice. It was one of those. It was a water that was like sort of, you know how like I'm gonna name a store, but it's not that store. Like let's say Walmart sells Walmart brand water. Yeah, except they can freely sue me into oblivion. Not they really won't, but I'm just trying to be careful on what I say in here. I don't want to create problems for myself unnecessarily. But the like Walmart can create their brand of water. Like they have their own. I forget what the Walmart brand is. It's like free something, free life. I don't know. And so this other store had their brand of water, right? That they manufacture somehow or order, and they put their logo on it and add in the stuff you need. And I swear to God, I started drinking this water, and 2 weeks from the time I started, like everything made me angry. Like every like little noise, like if the dog was licking himself, or like I don't know, like if anything, any like little sound that would make you slightly irritable, just made me like just completely go insane. So I'm like, dude, I think it's this water. It's like crazy. I tried White Monster recently. It made me feel pretty bad. White Monster, like the White Monster made me feel pretty bad. Yeah, if you drink that on an empty stomach, like if you drink anything with like a lot of caffeine on an empty stomach, you can go. I would just start walking towards the bathroom. It's got artificial sweetener. Yeah. The White Monsters are. I don't like them. I've tried them. I've tried different like. Actually, honestly, I think Red Bull kind of has a decent sugarless alternative. Like, the Red Bull energy drink. Like, if you have to get an energy drink because you're dying in the morning and you need to get to work, I would say the Red Bull one actually it at least tastes somewhat decent. But yeah, the white claw, the white monsters, they taste like yeah, it tastes just like sweetener. Yeah, it has like that sweetener sweet taste. It's like you know you're drinking something that's gonna give you cancer. Oh, Dad, welcome. Well, welcome, Dad. Uh, how's it going? I hope it's going good. You never ever say anything except hello, so I never know what to say to you. But I do appreciate you being here. I see. I believed in free speech too. Uh, White Monster is my go-to before work. Oh, we were talking all this crap, and Kamuwamu like downs them every morning. And we were just sitting here talking all this crap about it. I recognize it's not good for me, but I don't care. I'm kind of the same way with sometimes I'll just go get a Red Bull, and I'm just like, fuck it. Like you live once. I don't know. I'm just like it literally makes you the Red Bull, the little Red Bull, like those mini Red Bulls, they literally make me feel happier. I don't know, like my mood goes up like 25%. Like before I even get home, I'm like sipping on it. I'm like, I feel like life is just better right now. They put some, I'm telling you, I think they put drugs in there. Like I'm like because normally if I drink like a Monster, it's like a lot of sugar. You can start to feel yourself get way down a little bit. You're like, oh, this is gonna be bad. But yeah, Red Bull gives you, it really does. Like they're putting something in there because I'm like driving and I'm like, wow, look at the sun, look at the buildings. I don't know. It's just like everything visually looks better. I'm just like, there's something in this drink. I'm like, I shouldn't be feeling like the up shouldn't be that much from an energy drink where you like that your outlook literally like seems better. So they're putting something in there, but they're very good tasting too. I like the taste of Red Bull. I'm sorry for the non-Red Bullers. Do you have Tangzing energy drinks in the U.S.? It has natural ingredients. They're really nice. Probably healthiest energy drink ever made. I used to drink Red Bull and vodka all the time. You know what? The energy drinks. The thing is, I have mixed that before. Not the vodka, but I've mixed like alcohol, and I think that's actually super dangerous to do. I've heard. I'm not sit. I don't want to like be a pearl clutcher and like tell people how to live their life, but I've heard it's actually mixing caffeine with alcohol is actually like super dangerous for your heart. So you know, but yeah, energy drinks do a very good job at covering up the taste of alcohol. I actually think that's partially why they taste the way they do. Like, cause like remember, go back to when you were a teenager and you've had your first energy drink, how extreme it is, and I think they're partially made like I think secretly they're kind of made for that as a mixer for drinks because it kind of dulls down the taste of alcohol. So not to encourage that kind of behavior, but I'm just saying it's probably not a good idea. And don't get me wrong, I've done plenty of that, plenty. So I'm not speaking from position of authority here at all. I'm just reminding people don't do that. Have you guys ever heard of a situation when you knew you were gonna quit a job, and those last 2 weeks you just like you put in like 10% energy? I've done that before. Have you ever tried White Russians? The drink. White Russians. Started making them after seeing the Big Lebowski. That it's the dude's favorite drink. I've had the Moscow Mule. I don't know what a White Russian is. I'm not sure what that is. I'm assuming it's a drink, but I've had the Moscow Mule. Like, those are really good. It's like they give it to you in like a fancy cup, like this iron cast cup, and then like they put blueberries or some like it's pretty good. I actually really, I mean, it's like you don't taste the alcohol at all. So however we have like this Chinese restaurant. It's like a what do you call it, the not the egg roll. What do you call the Japanese thing you pick up with sticks and eat? Guys, I'm blanking on it. The fishy rice roll. What do you call it? Anyway, we have a restaurant that caters to that, and I had a Moscow Mule. I had two, and I was like, this is actually pretty good. Sushi. Oh my god, thank you, sushi. Oh my god, my brain, it's not working. White Russians. What the? I almost dated a Russian beauty once. Future oil. Nice. I honestly haven't really come across like where I live in America. We kind of live in like there's no other like Slavic people here. It's all like basically like white people. Like, but there's not like any. I think we do know like this one Ukrainian lady that lives kind of far away, and it's just there isn't a lot of that here. We moved in like the most most like people that move from Belarus or Russia, Ukraine, they go to Chicago and they kind of hang out in that area. We just moved straight out into like Midwest, middle of nowhere, and just settled. California roll. Yeah, California rolls are very good. A mix of vodka, Kahlua, and heavy cream. California roll I really enjoy. Yeah, that was really good. They had those, but honestly, like I've been to several sushi places, and they're kind of all the same. I know that seems like kind of obvious that it's gonna be similar, but there was a similarity between all the, like it kind of even tastes like when you order a different thing, it's kind of like the same. It's just so much carbs. It was like one of those experiences where like I was walking out the door after being like completely full and I was like almost feeling like I'm about to be hungry in 30 minutes. You know what I mean? It's like it was just like all carbs kind of, but it was so good. It was so good. I'm getting bombarded with YouTube dating apps to date Russian. I had that too recently. I had that too. I've been seen a lot of the Ukrainian women commercials. Like you can sponsor them or stuff. I'm too lazy to go through and like I don't know. There's a lot of complication. I'm just not ready to. I'm only 35, guys. I'm not ready to settle down. I'm not looking. I don't know. I'm just especially like when I see the online stuff like Get a Bride. I'm just like this feels scammy. This feels this feels like a scam. There's a lot of Slavic people in UK. You might enjoy it. I'm assuming there probably is. Yeah. Probably all of our Slavic, they all just hang out in Chicago. They don't move out to like where the truck, like the redneck, settled kind of, all the immigrant people. They just kind of stick in the cities mostly. They don't go into where we live. I'm not sure why my dad moved out here. It would have been kind of cool to live in Chicago. At least there's a little bit of status when you're like a Chicagoan. There's like a little bit of that, like you get like a little bit of glory from that. I just live in the most boring American town ever. It's just like Redneckville kind of. It's got a good mix of like rednecks and civilization. We still have a little bit of that back of the woods kind of truck, kind of like that truck culture, kind of like, you know what I mean, that like there you'll see some rebel flags a little bit here and there. You'll see kind of like that. It's like the dip, you know, people dipping the Copenhagen and stuff like that. We still have like that vibe here, but we have like modern people, like I say modern like they're better, but I mean we have a pretty good mix of both worlds, I feel like, here. um you know, the Harley Davidson kind of uh uh Innuendo says Iraq is better than America. Nice. um Thank you, Innuendo. I understand where you're coming from. I think you're wrong. Like, I still, even with all the problems America has, I like it here. I like it here. Shamawa, I don't know what Shamawa is, but nothing wrong with being proud of your, nothing wrong with being proud of where you're from. I'm just saying, like, I'm so Americanized. Even though like I like Europe, and like sometimes I look at the European architecture and I'm like, oh, it'd be cool to live there. I just know I'm not cut out for it. I'm too Americanized. I love where I live. I love the infrastructure. I love how things work here. I admire some things about Europeans from afar, but I'm like, yeah, I can't move there. I can go there and maybe like look at your castles and then go back or something. That's about all I have in me for that. Innuendo says, "Hello, Nikki. Hello, hello, hello. How's it in your country? I hope it's cooling down for you guys. It's been getting a lot cooler here. You might have noticed my my heavier sweatshirt I've been putting on. I'm not proud at all. Why aren't you proud? I think it's fine. Wasn't Iraq like cradle of civilization at one point? I hate Iraq. Oh, don't be like that. I think it was a cradle of civilization, and then the Genghis Khan kind of like undid that a little bit. I think it was like something like that. I'm not super into history, but I think it was like something like that. Like Iraq, or like they had like the Arabs invented mathematics, or that's what I'm told. I don't know. That's what I'm told. And then like Genghis Khan kind of like undid 900 years of work, like with his horses and bows. My dad did not like. My dad did not like living in Chicago because it was too busy, too much everything, and it reminded him of the hustle and bustle of found in Mexico's future. As I get older, I kind of completely agree. I think when you're in your 20s, like when you're a teenager to your 20s, you want to be in the center of it all. Now I'm just like, keep the center away from me. You guys, Chicago people need to like, they need to stop moving out here. Like there's too many people here now. I'm like, stay like over there. You know what I mean? Like I kind of like the little town, you know, Sunday driving, like the way it used to be 20 years ago. Now it's just like just a population. There's so many people. It's like Chicago. You go driving any time of the day, there's just like cars packed. Um, it is cold today. Oh, I love it. I love it. I'm in the basement, so it's even colder. Yeah, the Arabs invented arithmetic system. Exactly, and they invented algebra. That's what I'm saying. Is like you should be proud of your stuff, Innuendo. Uh, I'm not. I'm not quit. Like yeah, but yeah, something like that. There you go. See, we found something for you to be proud of. I'm sure Iraq is a lovely place. I just can't go. I just can't go to countries where you have power that gets shut off intermittently. I can't. You gotta stabilize that, and then I'll go to Iraq, and it has to be like super safe. But I'm more than willing to visit like Qatar or something where it's like, you know, somewhere where it's gonna be super chill. Hmm. Algebra is an Arab word meaning the reunion of broken parts. That's awesome. That is actually kind of awesome. I found a funny post on a Discord says, "I don't make art. I just complain about it." Nice, nice. I go take shower and read a book and go sleep. Bye, guys. Love y'all. Kisses. Thank you, Innuendo. I hope you get a good night's sleep. Kisses. What the? Only if you're a pretty lady. So there's that. There's that. That would also be my preference for the kisses. Uh, but yeah. But yeah. Some. Good to, lol. I know those things already, but it doesn't matter. But Innuendo, look, we're on the internet. Isn't it amazing though? Like, it's like I feel like every place, like in the next 100 years, is pretty much going to be the same in terms of quality of life. It seems like I remember telling my Belarusian friends they're gonna have the internet, and they're like, dude, we're never gonna get the internet. And now they all have the internet, and they all have like iPhone 14s, and I'm just like, tell me where the difference. Like I'm like, you have a roof over your head with your apartment, you have a car, I have a car, I have a roof over my head. We both talking over space using space satellites. How are our lives that different? You know what I mean? Like, except for like me, there's differences in infrastructure here and there, but it's like I'm not sure. It's like, you know what I mean? Things are evening out a lot. I feel like, over broadly speaking. And I think that's going to continue to happen. Everyone's a critic, which I agree with. Is Innuendo on YouTube now? Come back to Twitch. I think he deleted his account on Twitch for some reason. Some people they don't like Twitch, I guess. They love YouTube ads. Dude, YouTube has been really bad with ads lately. I've already talked about this a little bit, but like, oh my god, like I was watching a show, right? A podcast. And the commercial that started 2 minutes into the podcast was another podcast. I don't know how to explain this like any more clearly. I'm trying to watch a podcast, but the commercial that comes on, and like I literally enough time went by that I forgot I forgot what I was watching because a new podcast started, and I'm like, what am I listening to? And then I'm like, oh, it's been on for like 20 minutes. It's just it's almost like you click on a video, but then it just starts to play a different video that somebody else paid for you to listen to. If that makes sense, like you can't listen to the video because somebody else paid for you to watch a different video. And I'm like, this is amazing. This is definitely like, it does feel like late stage capitalism a little bit, where you don't get to, you don't, it's like you have the freedom to choose what video you can choose what video you want to watch, but you can't watch it. You can only watch the other video that you need to watch first. But yeah, it's getting, YouTube has gotten really bad. Like it's like, especially like I used to play video games and watch YouTube, right? You can't really do that now because you used to, you can tab out and turn off the commercial, like skip the commercial, but now it's just they go on for so long. There's so many of them that it's like it's just unbearable. Like I gotta find an alternative to YouTube, but I don't know. It's just it's getting really bad. Maybe in the next 5 years they're gonna be playing a whole hour of movies you hate. And it has to be a movie you hate. Like you have to choose the movie you hate. Like they do surveys on which movies you hate, and those are the ones they play. You can't skip until 5 minutes mark, bro. Eventually, when you go into debt, one of the ways you can get out of debt is you watch YouTube commercials all day. Can you imagine that? You just sit in front of a TV, and so some people will cheat. They'll have multiple monitors running YouTube ads, and that's how you can pay off your debt. You get like strapped into your chair, and you have a mouse right here, and you can skip. But like you said, like 5-10 minute skips, right? And you just sit there, and that's like part of how you. It's like kind of like when you go to prison and they make you do clean up highways and stuff. It'll be like that, but for people in debt, and you'll just be strapped in your chair watching like lengthy commercials. Oh yes, YouTube. Sometimes I just zoned out and realized I've been listening to an ad, not an actual episode. Isn't it crazy? It's sort of like we're entering into a new, like it's sort of like 1984, but different. Like it's a different. It's sort of like late stage capitalism where you're like, wait, what was I talking about? Like, what was I watching? Where am I? It kind of feels like that energy. You're just like, what's going on? Did did I want to? Did I do I want to watch a movie? I forgot what I was talking about a minute ago. This fluoride is really hitting hard, It's yeah, it's 1984, but it's sort of like instead of your like there is no information available, it's there's too much information. Like you don't know how to decipher what is real anymore. It's sort of like they went the opposite direction where it's like instead of hiding the truth, it's like there's so much going on that you don't know what's happening and you're too dizzy from the Red Bulls and alcohol to like to kind of like remember what's going on anymore. You know, it's like a different kind of strategy. It's like 1984 but late stage capitalism kind of. And I'm not against capitalism. I'm just being funny. I'm just saying words. I'm not like against capitalism or whatever, but maybe a little bit sometimes. Sometimes you can there's definitely some bad things about it, but obviously some good things. Yeah, what would it? Oh no, he's got drool. Yeah, oh boy, oh boy. No, no, no. I'm sorry. You gotta move. I'm sorry. You gotta go. I can't have you with the drool here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just can't. I can't risk it like that. If he shakes his head, if he were to shake his head, it's with a drool on his face, it's just like a grenade goes off, and I have like it literally is the work is at a risk of being destroyed. I can't have him near me with the drool. I'm not even sure why he drools. Usually it's only when it's really hot outside, but lately it's been just drooling all the time. Uh, have you heard of James Garney? He's an artist, very creative guy. No, I might have heard that name, but I don't remember. Mayonnaise bread, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the mayo. Thank you for bringing the mayo. Hello, hello, back to you. Um, lol, drool bomb. Yeah, I can't. I just can't do it. I don't even like think it's like to me. It's not even gross. I just can't. I can't like risk the work being destroyed by him. Now I'm craving for some French fries dipped in mayo ketchup. Honestly, right now, I'm regretting not buying a second Red Bull. A second Red Bull. Oh my god! Herbal Witch Bitch. Nice. Thank you, Herbal Witch Bitch. I appreciate the follow. Um, I'm craving for some eating stir fry at the moment. Nice. Spicy, spicy, yeah, I don't handle spicy well. I don't handle it well. I do like spicy sometimes, but you know, like the white uh person version of spicy, like meaning barely any. I know what you mean with the lack of energy drink. Do you have caffeine? If not, gas station adventure. Yeah. Well, I did drink one. I did drink one Red Bull this morning. I just right now it'd be like tasty to have another one. Oh wow, just saw you post an actual camera footage from 1900s. I mean, film camera. Uh, who are you referring to? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Future Oil. I just saw you post YouTube post of actual camera footage from 1900. Oh, I've I've been breached. They're listening. We've been breached. They're listening. I don't know, Nikki. Not sure. I'm ready for cold weather. Right now I'm enjoying. I have enough cameras and lights and computers in here that I'm not using heat yet. So that's kind of where I'm at. I just I'm tired of suffering from the. I didn't use air conditioning, so to me this is very refreshing to just exist without like, you know what I mean. Like, this is good to me. I'm enjoying the current weather. I've had the AC off for the last 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah, I turned it off. The second I could, well, the only one I had on was the bedroom one for the dog. That was the only one I ever had on. And I turned it off, yeah, I turned it off the moment, like, I could. And there were some hot days here and there. And I just kept, I'm like, nope, nope, we're done with it. I might even buy a sleeping bag for me and the dog, like one of those outdoor sleeping bags. So me and the dog can, like, like just survive colder temperatures before I have to turn the heat on. Because in all honesty, like once the heat has to get turned on, I actually gotta get someone to look at it. Because my heat, sometimes the motor blower will spin and it doesn't kick the heat on, and it just blows and blows like cold air, and the temperature drops at like 5 degrees Fahrenheit inside the house before it like turns on. And somebody needs to look at that. That's gonna cost $900, I'm sure. So, um, so it's one of those things where it's like I'm out here just, I'm in Minecraft survival mode right now. I'm just like, I don't want to turn anything on. Using If I were to use electric appliances to heat the house, it's even more expensive. If I were to go down the road of having like a radiator plugged into the wall, that's like even more comedically expensive. So right now I'm just gonna, if one day you show up and I'm streaming in a banana suit, that's because I'm trying to keep the temperature inside from leaving my body. You better look into a heater, man, because it's gonna be super record-setting cold winter. I have a feeling. Uh, it might be. I don't know. This summer was pretty warm. I'm hoping we get a different. I'm hoping we get an offset winter because of that. You you might very well be right in those terms that we might get that, because it does seem like we've been getting kind of like both end of the extremes, like hotter summers. Well, I think we've had pretty mild winters. The last two winters were, there wasn't a lot of snow and it wasn't that cold. Like it was cold, but it wasn't that cold, in my opinion. I need to look up like what the temperature inside the house has to be before your pipes are in danger of bursting, and I'm just gonna like survive. I'm gonna like keep it at that level. Maybe I'll get like a wood burning stove inside the house. I don't know. I'm just tired of spending so much money, like, cause it's like one of those things you can't like, you can not use electricity in the summer, but you can't not heat your house. So you're gonna die, and your pipes are gonna burst. So you can't forego that. And I'm like, how do I beat the system? Do I like buy sheep and move them into the house so they produce heat ambiently, and then, you know what I mean? Like, I need to find a way to produce heat inside the house. I even tried doing like those you can do like those mason jars full of olive oil, and you put a wick in there with a wire, and it burns like a candle, like inside of a kitchen sink, but right, so it's covered by metal, right? So it's like safe, you know what I mean? Like open flame inside, like like using open flame to heat your house. Whatever, no big deal. But I tried doing that, but I think I sobered up from that idea, and I'm like, yeah, it's probably better not to burn my house down. This, you know what I mean? I'm like, this feels like a really terrible idea. Uh, you're gonna be like those rage bait YouTube ads that show mother, her daughter, and baby freezing inside a wrecked house. Rage bait YouTube videos that shows. I'm gonna be like, you guys. If you guys donate money, I'll turn the heat on, and like I'll use the dog as like rage bait to get heat. No, I'm just kidding. But no, we'll keep it reasonable. But I'm still trying to find a way. I'm like, I need to find a way to heat the house that doesn't cost $1 million. And natural gas prices, I'm sure they're up from last year, so it's like whatever last year was, it's gonna be worse. I lived in Georgia for almost 5 years, and by default in Florida because I was so close to it. I have to say the main drawback to living in nice weather places is that people go crazy after a while. People go crazy. Maybe people do go crazy. Because, like, if you think about it, Georgia for almost 5 years, and by default in Florida, because I was so close to it, I have to say, maybe I do think that there's something about not having the winter cycle that erodes your sense of, like, you know what I mean? I think you gotta go through the darkness of the winter to, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. It does feel I would, Future Oil, if I had the money, or not that I don't have I have the money. It's just like I don't know why. I guess like going to sorry, the dog made a strange noise. Maybe like going to Mexico for 2 weeks in the middle of like the Illinois weather would be just a God save, or whatever they say, like heaven send or whatever. Because sometimes it's like I just need like like psychologically I just need like a little break from the grayness and darkness, and it would be nice to like have that little bit of a break in the middle of the horror that we experience, because once it starts it doesn't end. Like it just doesn't end forever and forever. um so I'm enjoying these last days where I can like walk the dog and it's like nice outside before the chill like really comes down. And I'm keep like, guys, other than this computer and these lights, this is all that's running inside the house. I haven't even really been using the air fryer that much lately. Yeah, so I do think like when you're comfortable, it turns into like a mouse utopia thing where people's minds, without like hardship, people's minds slowly go insane. I think I do believe that a little bit. Thank you, Japochi, for the duck. I appreciate the duck. Maybe we'll try to pick up First Transit. Shaking my feathers, nice. Maybe we'll try to pick up First Transit for Helldivers tonight, or something. I don't know what I'm gonna do later tonight. I don't think I have any work coming up after the stream, so I'm probably gonna play a little bit of Helldivers. We'll see if we can get a couple people on to help manage Democracy Thrive. Have you? No, we didn't. I no. I couldn't find anyone to play. I just played online with randoms. I typed in the gaming section that I was gonna play, but no, I don't think anyone saw it. I don't think people are going to our Discord to find like gaming partners. That's the issue. I don't think they're associating our Discord with like, oh, maybe I'll find a random person that's looking for a partner. I was into deep washing. No, I totally understand, especially because you've been gaming more lately, right? So it's like, I understand being like burnt out. Cause like I can only game for about an hour anymore. Like it's rare that I game for more than an hour. Someone's gonna be looking for that channel just so you wait. You never know which people are gonna bust through your stream door. No, but we'll try. If we see First Transit and he wants to play, we'll try and get him on. It's just it becomes exponentially well like, once you have adults involved that have like real lives and real jobs. It's like it's impossible to like find the time of day to like organize a game session. It is a lot more fun when you have like a team that is coordinated and you can have people run as a team, not just people doing like their own like random little things, uh, but run as a coordinated squad where you have like the weapons you need and like anti-armor stuff that you need. Because a lot of times what will happen is like no one will bring any anti-armor weapons, and you're just like, first time anything happens, it's like you literally can't do anything. Like those dragons they put in. I really, well, I don't want to say I don't like the dragons, but it's just like they made it look like a dragon kind of, and they're bugs. That's the problem. I would have rather they had wings like cockroaches or like just bugs really. I think they wanted to make them look cool, but it's kind of like, I don't know. But I do think like now the game has a healthy diversity of creatures. It can throw a lot of different stuff at you, and it doesn't feel like you're in you know, fighting the same thing over and over. Even when you're fighting the same faction, there's such a wide array of like various things going on that, you know, and sort of challenges that it throws at you that I think we're in a good space. Helldivers is in a good space. I think personally, I think it's a fantastic game. Not really burnt out on gaming, lol. I got the bad treatment from Helldivers yesterday. I don't know what was going on the whole time. Bugs were everywhere, not the enemies, but the game has got me going out of map multiple times. Team killing teammates combo. You could, yeah, I definitely had a couple of those where we spawned in, and as soon as we dropped, like, you know how you usually spawn in your weapons and all your stuff that you need? We didn't have like 5 seconds before we were getting swarmed and killed. But that's partially due to the team lead just sent us into like we just got sent in a bad spot and we got swarmed really fast. Like the way my character is built is like I really can't do anything until I get my heavy machine gun on me. I'm basically all I have is like that one-shot rifle that has the explosives on it. So I can't really do anything until I get all my, you know, my drone that flies around. I'm kind of like a weakling until I get my full arsenal. And God forbid that I lose my weapon, then I just become kind of like a target. All I can do is like run backwards and just shoot a little bit. So... But yeah, if we were able to get, we don't even need super fantastic players. You just need to, you know, you need semi coordination and make sure everyone has the arsenal of weapons to cover all the like we don't. Hey, what are you doing? We don't need anything super crazy. We just need like a semi coordinated, like at least make sure at least somebody brings you know, a wide array of weapons that so to cover all the, you know, I'm probably gonna stick with like the heavy machine gun that has the armor penetration, and then we just need an like a dedicated anti-armor weapon with us. You know, but I think where my character is like I lack all the outside the 500 kg that I drop. I lack any kind of weapons that can take down big monsters. So like once like the really big stuff shows up, I can't damage it really, except for the incendiary grenades, but they kind of like get me killed a lot because you gotta get pretty close to stick those on people. Dragons will do that for you. I've had multiple times yesterday, 2 dragons were flying around us and I just spawned my guns and I died at the flames. Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of times, honestly, the flames missed me and I still died. The flames need to get fixed in that game because a lot of times I'm like, I'm nowhere near the flames. Nowhere near any flames, and this was an issue back in the day too. And my guy just goes, "Oh, you're on fire. Oh, you're dead." Dude, it's really annoying, especially with the acid, with like the acid fire. I'm like, dude, like you missed by like 10 feet, and I'm still dying. It's like, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Destroy ball. This picture is looking great. Yeah, let me zoom out here a little bit so you guys can kind of see where I'm at with the picture. I think this is going to be a great picture. I really do. I just need to be very patiently and slowly work out the details and sell the sense of scope of the war. And I think this is going to be a really good picture. Well, we'll have to zoom back in here in a second. But yeah, just to kind of give you an idea of the scope I'm trying to portray here. Thank you, Destroy Ball. I appreciate the wow. The dragons will do that for you. I've had multiple times yesterday, 2 dragons were flying around us, and I just spawned my guns. I died at the exactly instantly. I was looking at the sky and didn't know which dragon is going to burst out flames. My brother told me spear is going to be a good gun to kill dragon. Why would he say this? The spear? I hope he doesn't mean that like the actual spear. I'm nowhere near the flames and I died with invisible fire. I was extra pissed. Yeah, I will say Helldivers has a way of gun spear. Yeah, I will say like the Helldivers has a way of making rage happen. If you're not angry, go play Helldivers. You will discover you are an angry person and you've been bottling it up for a long time. It's in there. Just go play Helldivers. It'll come out. Oh yeah. One second. I'll be right back. I wanted to grab my second bottle of the fizz water. Topo Chico. Wait. Future Oil. Is Topo Chico? Why does that sound Spanish? Tropical Mango. Flavored. Is this a Mexican brand? No added sugars, 10 calories. Topo Chico. It's just fizz water. Tropical Mango. It's just fizz. It tastes just like White Claw without the alcohol, and it has flavored carbonated water, apple juice from concentrate, natural flavors. Oh yes, it's actually Mexican. Well, there you go. We're honoring the Mexicans. It doesn't say like manufactured in Mexico, but or whatever. Oh, produced for the Coca-Cola Company, Atlanta, Georgia. Well, there you go. It tastes just like if you guys have ever tasted White Claw. Oh shit. The fizz got me. Okay, I did it. It tastes like how you remember something. Like imagine tasting TV static and a vague memory of something you've tasted 5 years ago. That's what this tastes like. It's not bad. It's an alcoholic water. This doesn't have alcohol in it. This does not have alcohol in it. But it kind of tastes like TV static. Is this a specific? No, Destroy Ball. This is not a specific angel. I don't know any specific angels. I just draw warrior angels. So I remember Topo Chico mostly as a carbonated water. Yeah, it's carbonated water. Yeah, with a very vague taste. All right, let's zoom back in on the dead bodies and work over here for a little bit. I've never heard that before myself. Nice. Alright, I gotta kind of do up the staircase in this corner. before I move on to other things. All right. Uh, okay, people back off from the scene of the crime. Nice. I just wanted to try a new drink, and I'm like, this is pretty good. It's very unoffensive. It's just like some carbonated fizz water. It's better than just like the regular mineral, that mineral water they sell. I would say it's a little bit better than that because it does have a little bit of a flavor to it. What was that? Does anyone remember that country I was told to visit? I forgot what it was. It has was it Czech Republic or was it Switzerland? I forget what city he said. I forget the name of the city he named. The North Pole King. Czech Republic. That's what it was. What was the city he was talking about? He I forget. It's like, was it Budapest or like, was it Budapest or something like that? Or am I making that up? Are those different? Are those different things? Hmm. It was Czech Republic. I think I should only go to places if I'm invited. That's my rule for life. It's like people are like, why don't you travel? Because I wasn't asked to go there. First of all, now that I've been officially asked, and they gave me a YouTube donation, Prague. That's what. Or yeah, Prague or Mudpest. Mud. What is that a real name? Mudpest. Dude, Mudpest would be. Oh my! I gotta write that down. That's a great name for like drawing a creature, like a creature name, like Mud Pest. Like not associating with what maybe that's the name of the city, but I'm saying like a mud pest. Get it? Like it's a pest that lives in mud. I think that's a good name for a creature. Mud pest. I gotta write that idea. I can draw around that concept. Worm creature. Something like that. Yeah, a mud pest would be a fun draw. Prague. I've heard of Prague before. I think like wasn't Prague in the one of the Human Revolution? Remember that science fiction game Deus Ex Human Revolution? I think the second game takes place in Prague or something. Oh my god, do you know how guys, do you guys know how Mudpest? Do you guys know how people hate AI? Do you think there's going to be a similar I remember watching cuz this reminds me a little bit of like the Deus Ex Human Revolution. The second game had a lot of themes of I just want to say hello and then I'm back to match, but it's interesting here. Thank you, Maddie PLGR. Appreciate it. Thank you for stopping by. The the that game had a lot of like themes of like sort of like racism against people who become robots. It's pronounced Czech. Oh, Czech. Sorry, I don't and to be one of those assholes that correct pronunciation. Is it Czech Republic? Czech Republic? No, you're good. I totally understand. Um, yeah. Sorry. The Human Revolution games, they had like all the themes of like sort of discrimination against the robot people or whatever, like the people that are modified, and there was like radical terrorism or whatever around that concept. And I sort of wonder with how much people hate AI and stuff. I'm like, I was like, this is really silly. Like, if let's say my arm gets ripped off and I get a robot arm and then I have to take drugs for my body to accept the robot arm and it's integrated with my brain or whatever so I feel the arm. I feel like I'm like who's going to discriminate against like who's going to rise up to like hate on that? You know what I mean? I'm just like I don't see the core concept of the game of like this whole society being driven apart by like robot modification. I'm like I kind of don't see it at all. But then I look at like the AI hate, and I'm like maybe if people have like super minds because they can like outthink you because they basically have way faster access to information and decision making. Maybe then it'll be like that. Uh, I know Mehdi, he's from Poland. I shared the stream with him. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Slipknot fan, for the share. Um, that RPG Kingston Come is set in medieval. Oh, Kingdom Come Deliverance or whatever is set in medieval. I see. I thought it was like Poland or something. Didn't the Polish make that game? I'm not 100% sure, but I heard it was like. Um, that's very interesting. Yeah, very cool stuff. The game is quite accurate. It has Zek castles that exist in real life. Nice. Have you seen Reservoir Dogs? I've seen a little. I've seen clips. I've seen like a documentary about it. I'm just not a big fan of like scenes where people get ears cut off or teeth pulled and stuff. I was like, oh, gross. I stopped watching it. But I heard I know it's like one of those like classic like films that people love. Like it's like Quentin Tarantino's uh are you talking about the football game Hungary 1 Ireland 0? Yeah, I know Reservoir Dogs is like one of those films that made Quentin Tarantino um successful, but I was watching it and I'm like the ear cutting part. I'm like it hurts watching it. Like I'm good. I like normal violence. I like normal like orcs versus humans killing each other violence. I don't like the cutty violence where people are like strapped to a chair and they're cutting off a body part. I'm like not it's not my favorite kind of violence. Um, yeah, it's very cool that they did like the due diligence to copy the accuracy of the Middle Age. I know that game is like very accurate or whatever. I've heard that before. You know, decent Arnold violence. I agree. Um, the ear scene in Reservoir Dogs is the only really bad part. The rest of the movie is brilliant. Okay, I didn't even see. I know his like his dialogue, his acting is superb. I know like his greatest film, that the one where what was his greatest film like oh god, I know people are gonna hate me for this. The one where they're in the cafe and there's like a woman talking and then there's like the dude talking. Like it's like one of his great like definitive greatest films. I don't know the name too. Uh, and I didn't like that. Like I not that I didn't like it. It's just I keep every time I find that movie, they're always on that scene where they're talking in the cafe or whatever, and I'm just like I don't get it and I leave. But I respect Quentin Tarantino. Like I like some of his movies, but I just what would you call it? I just kind of Pulp Fiction. That was his best film. Yeah, that's what generally that's the general agreement. Pulp Fiction is like one of the greatest films of all time, and even then, I'm kind of like meh. But again, I need to sit down and actually watch it. Right? I think the issue is I was like every time I catch that movie, it's like there's a lot of talking going on, and I never got through it. Oh, Pulp Fiction is incredible, says Slipknot fan. I'm addicted to that movie, lol. I might have to check it out. Maybe, Jipochi, maybe we should make, maybe that's what we should watch is Pulp Fiction. Because people are saying it's brilliant, and it's, I'm sure if I watch the whole thing, and not just the part where they're talking a little bit, I would like it. I thought Kill Bill was good. You know what I mean? I like Kill Bill. It's fair enough though. If it doesn't capture one's attention from the start, then it's reasonable to say it's shit. Well, yeah, I recognize that I'm missing something, right? Like I'm just not seeing something there, but or whatever. Just probably the first few times it was on TV and I was watching it, like honestly, I think Kill Bill is like the only movie I really watched. Like, and there was a lot of dynamic kung fu stuff. That's probably why it captured my imagination, right? Like, all the blade swinging and all the insane deaths. I'm like, oh, I can sit here for this. But, I just wasn't mature enough to like sit through all the dialogue and experience the full thing back in the day. So maybe me and Jipochi, or if we're to do a movie night, we'll have to watch Pulp Fiction. If we're gonna do it, we can watch it today, lol. If we're gonna do it, we can watch it today. Yeah, let's do Pulp Fiction tonight on Discord. Yeah, the restaurant scenes with Uma Thurman talking are a bit boring, but the rest is incredibly good. Well, I'm sure there's a point, right? Quentin Tarantino, I think what he does best is like a lot of what makes a horror movie or any kind of movie good is I don't want to say foreplay, but how do you build up to the violence? If the violence, let's say I open a scene and you're just watching people get dismembered, right, by explosions for 2 hours, it's not that much fun. But if you have like that scene where I think it was oh, Ian Woos, what are you doing? If like that scene where what was the movie where the Nazis they come to the Polish guy's house, and the Nazi figures out that there's people in the down below the in the basement, right? There's a whole like the conversation, the dialogue that leads to the violence is the build, like the build up to it, right? It's the tension, sort of like the leading up to it. It's kind of what makes it good. Whereas if you just do mindless violence, it's sterile. It's desensitizing. So I think that's what he does. I think that's what what's his name, Quentin Tarantino does really well. Is sort of the foreplay before the violence. He like builds up to it, and there's like this like, oh, is it gonna happen? And he pulls back, and then the violence happens. It's really good. Inglourious Bastards. Was it Inglourious Bastards? It might have been, right? I think it might have been Inglourious Bastards. And that whole conversation is like he like they slowly figure out or whatever. He does the whole dialogue, and it's like I need to watch it again. I need to watch. I haven't seen that. I only saw that like a while ago. I'm gonna let the dog out. I'm gonna let the dog out. He's standing by the kitchen door. I gotta let him out. I feel like he wants to go outside. I'm not sure. I think that's the point of representation of violence as sudden and shocking. Um, Kill Bill was cool. It was definitely the director going ham with his imagination. I agree. Yeah, I think he went ham with that one. Uh, Glad you like it. It's one of my favorites. Find some movies with dialogues. If it's well written and delivered, well, I wouldn't find myself snoozing. Lol. Yeah. Some movie critics think Jackie Brown is Tarantino's best movie. I think I can find some reference pictures from there to practice on. Nice. He's already barking. Do you see what I mean? I let the dog out. He literally walked to the other side of the house and is barking to get back in. That's why I'm like, I don't. It's like, bro, just go lay down. I saw Jackie Brown in the cinema. I didn't like it much. It was more serious than his usual ones. His earlier films were a bunch of guys bantering. You feel good, you feel empathy towards the characters, and then suddenly the characters you like commits a heinous act of violence. His later films parody his past films, so the violence doesn't seem as effective. His earlier films, meaning Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction. I also saw the one where they were in the Midwest. It was like a two-part film, I think, though, right? Where I think what was the one where they were like in a cabin or something like that? That one was all right. I feel like Quentin Tarantino, he still has some life in him left. You know what I mean? I hope he still comes out with some great flicks. I gotta let the dog back inside. Like I said, like every time, half the time when I let him outside and he like acts like he wants to go outside, I open the door. He just goes straight to this other door and starts barking. It's amazing. Ah, I had a good sneeze coming. I had a good sneeze ready. I caught a whiff of that cold air when I opened the door and I had a sneeze and I missed the opportunity. I feel like these drinks and the general cold is like making me more hungry. I might have to go eat a quick meal, like a few eggs. I like female taxi driver in Pulp Fiction named as Esmeralda Villalobos. She's gorgeous. Nice. Look at the bright light and sneeze it. Look at the bright light and sneeze will come. I know what you mean. Sometimes that does happen. Yeah. Especially like in the morning or like when you're a little sick. Guys, I actually kind of secretly, I haven't been sick in like a really long time, but I actually kind of enjoy that when you know how you get sick, like I used to get sick like every year for like 3 days. That was my pattern. As I would get sick for about every year, I would get like a 3 day sick, laid out, just fever dream, kind of zoning in and out of reality, just sleeping for 3 days, kind of sick. It hasn't happened to me for the last like 3 years. I just haven't gotten sick. I just stopped getting sick for some reason. And but yeah, I actually kind of secretly like really enjoy that whole vibe of just like being in bed, like turn on a podcast, you just go back to sleep, and you do some sneezing, and then like the most you do is go to the bathroom, then come right back to bed, go back to sleep. It's like the best. I literally like I remember those moments with such fondness because it's like sorry world, I'm allowed to just clock out. Like I just don't care. I'm just gonna lay here and sleep, and you know even the dreams are like kind of a little weird too. I don't know. I love the experience. Because like when you don't get sick, you never get that. You just have to get up the next day and start functioning. And I kind of want that a little bit. Just kind of be laid out in bed. I love being mildly sick. They call it man flu in the UK. They call it man flu. Yeah, it's great. It's great. Sitting down like and just getting a bunch of blankets and starting a movie, and you're gonna drift off to sleep. Like the second it starts, you just kind of drift off to sleep. It's literally like medicine for your brain because when you come out of those when you come out of that experience, like you feel rejuvenated and ready to function in the world. I think sometimes you need like 3 days off, just like in the dark, just like being sick. Like you lose like 7 pounds too. You know what I mean? Because you don't eat a whole lot except like warm soup. Uh, so like you end up like losing a bunch of weight. You know, it's great. There's no downsides. It's also like the psychology of it. It's like normally I feel like I have to be productive, but when I'm sick, it's like, well, I'm really sick. I don't want to get other people sick. I don't feel like I need to be doing stuff right now. So it's like psychologically, you can forgive yourself for not being productive. But this is crazy. The sun is out and I'm free. I know. It's weird, right? It's so bright outside and yet it's like freezing outside. Usually when the weather is nice and perfect, I get sick. Yeah, right. I'm telling you, I haven't been sick and like really sick for like I think like my usual sickness. I haven't been like that for quite a long time. I was watching a funny video the other day on Instagram. I think it was a guy would randomly call in a guy would randomly call like workplaces he doesn't work and try and call off sick. It's super hilarious. I need to try and do that. Just call like the local Walmart or something and just start asking for sick days. I've been pretty sick since the start of. I haven't been properly sick since the start of COVID. Really, lol, what happened? What would they say? He was just talking to an HR lady, and she was like, this is not a good look for you, because like like he's like, oh, I'm Josh, like we met during hiring, and I just started, and he's like, I need to go fishing. Like, I'm not really sick. I just need a day off because it's so nice out. And she's like, well, this isn't a really good look for you professionally and stuff like that. It was pretty hilarious. He had her running in circles. Because the thing is, a lot of these companies, they go through so many people, they can't remember who when you're hiring 4 people a day and 3 of them are leaving, it's kind of like you don't remember who Josh was. You know what I mean? Like, so it's pretty funny. It was just hilarious. I would like to. I know, like, I think prank calls are now like illegally. I'm not sure how you can do prank calls because they're technically like illegal to do. So something to keep in mind, but. I definitely miss the old days of pranks when you couldn't get legally in trouble for calling, people, and now it's more like protected that people can't just call you like that, but you can get in trouble for it. But I definitely enjoy a good prank for sure. On the early days of YouTube are fun too. Before everyone realized you can get sued into oblivion by doing it, and then they just started hiring actors and stuff like that. You know, paying someone $200 to be an actor and making $5,000 off a video back in the early days of YouTube was like well worth it. But a lot of those channels, I kind of miss the early days of YouTube when it was just hilarious videos. Now YouTube is like depressed. Anytime you go on YouTube, it's like pure depression. Oh my God, Comrade Soul, привет, товарищ, привет, привет. Uh, thank you so much. Uh, I think back in the early 2000s wasn't there a prank call thing, puppet show, where some guys would prank call. Yeah, yeah, you can't see the thing. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. I remember that kind of. You just can't do that now. You know what I mean? Because you are, if someone is, even if they're running a pizzeria and you're kind of blocking their business by wasting their time, it's like it could be considered, it's like you know bad, I guess. Could have been in the late 90s. I reckon we get less sick because COVID isolation has made everyone recognize benefits of the introvert lifestyle. A lot of people, yeah, I think a lot of people became more introverted. Like, I know the internet was a booming, or like some internet businesses, they were like booming because of the COVID stuff. Um, like streaming and stuff, it like gaming, it was taking off. But I think a lot of people kind of, they kind of realized that they got stuck in an introverted pattern after that. I mean, nothing, like, to me, nothing during COVID, nothing happened. I was what do they call us? I was like the essential worker, meaning expandable. So I just kept going to work, and like yeah, I missed out on the whole the fun. Like, I missed out on this whole we all stayed at home kind of experience. And I think, well, from the standpoint of like culturally, I like that COVID kind of it forced companies to do the work from home culture. And uh and so I think a lot of that stuck, and a lot of people now, when they look for a job, like if you're working for some kind of insurance company, it's like, well, why shouldn't I stay at home 3 days out of the week? Like, why do I need to drive to the office? It's like, it literally, there's zero downside, and all it's better for the person working. They're not using their car as much, less wear and tear, less gasoline, less traffic. I love, I don't want to say I love COVID. I'm saying I love some of the results culturally that have come out of COVID, because I think it's brilliant to have, I think it's awesome that people can work from home now, at least part of the week. I think it's just all up. I don't see the downside. It's less wear and tear on the infrastructure. It's better for people with kids. You're closer with your family. When you go on your lunch break, for 30 minutes, you see your kids. I'm like, where is the downside? I was working from home way before COVID, like 4 years before. My job just didn't make sense to me. Go into an office. Yeah, I love it. I think it's great. I think it's great. I think the only people that were angry about it is people who sort of had the infrastructure. They want to feel like they're the boss kind of thing, and they want to see people show up and kind of do like the whole dance, of going into the office, going into these meetings and stuff. And it's like, so I think for those people psychologically it was hard, but like I just don't see the downside of like what's happened. Yeah, but unfortunately, I was in manufacturing, so I just kept going to work like nothing ever happened. Uh, Wait, does this look stupid all of a sudden? Yeah, won't name any names, but let's just say the rich want the poor to go back to work in person. Dude, they love it. They love it. It's like, how will I know that you're suffering if I don't see your face, right? I need to see your face. I need to see the depression. I need to see the bags under your eyes. It's like, that's why I'm paid for this office. That's why we have the ritual, right? I don't need you to do the work so much as I need to see it on your face that you're dying inside slowly. Just kidding. Anyway, I had to go to work during COVID because I was at work for an emergency service, and my organization didn't have the work from home infrastructure at the time. I made loads of money on overtime because very few of my colleagues were willing to come into the office. The overtime uh, paid off my debts and enabled me to buy my first house. Nice. So COVID was a benefit for me. Thank you. That's awesome, man. I'm glad you got something out of it. Good, glad you didn't go to the other side. Which side? The dark side? Foros is the leader of the dark side. You know what? Same. I didn't give a fuck about being isolated in my home. That's where I want to be isolated. That's why I bought a home. I want to be isolated in it. Please, that's what I've been. I've built my life around that concept. I'm like, please let me be isolated inside my house. I bought my house so I can stop going places. Every supposed well-adjusted person was going out of their mind having to stay at home. I was loving it. Oh, I know, bro. I'm like, oh, this is so good. This is so good. I know. I feel the exact same way. I'm like, isn't this beautiful? Um, but I do get some of them. Lol. Imagine being stuck with family inside the house. Everyone's gonna be really insane. Being isolated, not a problem. I'm an introvert. I was more worried about my mom and dad at the time. Bro, I loved every second of it. I'm like, this forever. Wasn't there a little bit of a population boom too, from people being inside a lot? I imagine there was probably a little bit of a population boom. Like there was a small uptick in the. I think working from home should be a human right. I agree. Like I agree with it with like that whole sentiment personally. Just the nightmare of having to break the ice off the car in the morning. Like you have to go out there as soon as you wake up, turn the car on, right? Start the car. First you got to break the ice off of the door to get into the car. Then you turn it on. It warms up, right? You're wasting like 20-25 minutes of gas on idling, so there's that before the car's like functional. Before you can like survive inside of it. I don't miss it. Even though I was like when I left I was making like pretty good money. Like when I left the official working world to pursue my own like destiny or whatever. I do not miss it. Yeah, COVID was positive experience for me overall, but I don't think it would have been so positive if one of my folks died from COVID, but thank God that never happened. Yeah, no one, I don't think anyone I knew, I don't think anyone close to me died. Uh, so I got out kind of unscathed, and we did get extra pay. The wonderful thing is we did get extra pay for showing up to work. They gave us like a monthly like death like a death stipend. It's like thank you thank you for they actually gave us, I think they gave us like $1,500 like a month, like something. It was like 1,500 extra dollars a month for like surviving. Like, oh, you guys are still alive. You guys are still alive. Well, here's $1,500. We need you. We need you to be here again tomorrow. Honestly, not to complain about the government. I'm not gonna do like the whole government is bad thing. But it was a little irritating how many of those services stopped working, and it's like it sort of felt a little bit like there's always that argument. It's like what would we do if there wasn't like this government infrastructure? And it's like apparently nothing. Like it's like you still have to survive out there. They go in a bunker, bro. It just those offices are just closed indefinitely. Good luck. We you will need to be paying taxes though. That will need to continue to happen. But yeah, all of those offices, like it was a little irritating. It was a little bit irritating. Sorry, I had to get a little bit of complaining out. I just made the same mistake I made before. I want these to be kind of slanted a little bit, like. I never got increased wage during COVID, but I did get double pay overtime to over colleagues that couldn't come into office. I did kind of feel bad for the police officers though, because it's like during like when COVID was really scary, like nobody kind of knew kind of how like it was gonna play out. I did feel bad like for the people who have to pull people over and interact with people face to face constantly, like random people. You like for sure knew you were gonna get it. You know what I mean? It was like that was a little bit wild. I do remember in the beginning stages of it, it did feel like a little bit of a zombie movie because like I was living with a roommate and we were like watching videos come in from China where it's like they were showing like the body bags in some buildings and I'm like, yo, this looks scary. I had to talk to a lot of police officers during COVID that were trying to get the homeless off the street. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like if you're a police officer and you're interacting with the public, it's like, dude, you're getting it. But we all got it though. I had COVID too. I had like heart rate issues. I couldn't taste anything for like a month, and then it just went away. But I forgot what I was gonna say. But oh yeah, the we were watching the all the scary footage come in from China, and then like I remember I'm like, bro, this is crazy. They're not locking down the airports. They're just like, oh, we have it contained, and then like they were like, oh, we found someone that has COVID in O'Hare, or something. Like it was like some airport, and I'm like, oh, it's here. Like like in my imagination, like I was still imagining the body bag, right? Like that was the news. I'm like, oh, dude, like, we were just sitting here with my roommate, and I'm like, dude, like we weren't sure if it was like, you know what I mean, if China was just sending mixed messages, or if every other person was actually dying, right? So it was like that phase. I'm like, dude, it felt like a little bit like a zombie movie in the beginning stages when you like first heard of like the cases showing up in the country, and I'm just like, yo, this might get nutty. And then I remember we went out and bought a bunch of food to like try and like, you know what I mean, to try and get food in the house, thinking there was going to be shortages, and then like and then like we ate it all. Like I'm like, we thought we had like a lot of food, and we just ate it all in like 2 days. I'm like, oh well, there you go. I got COVID also. Everyone in 2021 had really high fever for about 2 nights, and unfortunately got better. Yeah, all I got was, like I said, heart rate issues. Like I would like just randomly my heart rate would like go insane, and then I couldn't taste anything. Like my sense of taste went away for like a month. It was a little scary. It was a little concerning. It was weird too, because it's like you don't realize how much of your experience is tied into like being able to taste things. So when it goes away, like I couldn't tell if I could smell anything or not, but it wasn't clear to me. I'm like, I think I can smell, but it was a very strange experience, and it was a little sad. I'm like, if this stays this way, it's like, bro, like I can never taste food again. You know what I mean? There was a little bit of sadness. I might as well just eat plastic. It doesn't matter now. I just asked a girl who's a gamer on another stream if she seen Reservoir Dogs and Pulp Fiction, and she said she's never heard of either one of them. She's 29 years old. She must be totally blink, totally blinkered. A lot of people now, they grow up in a different reality. Like like they're even the PewDiePie is kind of like more from my era. You know what I mean? I think like even the things are just moving faster now. Kids are just not. They don't exist. They exist in iPad land. Like they're not in the same culture. They're in the same country, in the same house, but they're like in a completely different cultural sphere in a sense, because they're experiencing a totally different sect of like popularism, like, or whatever they're getting into. It's like it's just a different vibe for them. I don't know, it's kind of strange. So I'm not even surprised, because I'm 35 and I'm only loosely aware of like certain things that I should know for somebody my age. So I'm not surprised that people in their 20s are like, "What are you talking about?" You know what I mean? They're just like they're in a completely different informational space, I guess is what I meant to say. It's like the informational space is like completely different. They don't care uh, about what we care about from our era. I think the generational gap too. It's like it's gonna change faster. I think like you know it changes every generation kind of moves on to like a different set of things they care or know about. I think now is gonna get really silly willy scary, because like they're just they're not taking in the environment. Like it used to be like in America you had like church, school, and stuff like that. That was And the internet was a fairly minor amount of what you experienced. Now people are perpetually online. They're not connected to the outside world that they're in, so they're like completely culturally disconnected from um, their local environment, essentially. Like even our Discord community, it's basically like random people that like art that made a little hive mind in there. It's sort of a microcosm of what I'm talking about. It's you know what I mean. So it's like you used to draw from your localized physical environment, and now everyone's like going online and finding their own like little niche community. And so I think that's kind of what's happening. I think gamers have tunnel vision. Yeah, that's true too. Gamers have tunnel vision and only really know about. Yeah, I think that's true. It's pretty shocking. Not to me. As a gamer, I completely. Yeah, I was like, I just know about things I know about. And outside of that, I'm just like, yeah, I don't know. But these new generations are watching remakes of old movies and even older gen. Yeah, yeah, they are. They are. Are they watching movies though? Are they even who's watching movies? You know what I mean? Me and Japochi do, but like I'm not even sure that they're watching movies so much anymore. They're watching streamers and like I've even heard of like some people now they won't watch flesh streamers, like people like me who show like their real selves. They only watch streamers who have like the whatever the cat ears furry thing going on, and so it's kind of like they're being they're not just disconnected to a different environmental kind of ideas. They don't even watch people like like you know what I mean. They watch like an AI furry kind of streamer, and so they're in a completely different informational space. It's gonna get silly. Like I said, it's gonna get really silly. COVID has a dark place and a little wait. COVID has a dark place and a little bit of light for me. It made some people show their true colors. The relatives I've been living with, I was still doing university in the Philippines, and all of my family were here in Qatar. So I got stuck with a bunch of relatives. Bro, that's brutal. That is brutal. At least I didn't get stuck. I kept going to work, but if I would have been stuck, it would have been me and my roommate. So I have a big enough house. He would have been upstairs. We never saw each other. It's met up on met up on. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. It's yeah, exactly, exactly. It's just like everyone's now in their inside of their own little universe, which has some benefits for people who aren't do not enjoy their localized environment. They can go find like a little rabbit hole that is appealing to them and is helps them or whatever. But the negative of that is some people go down dark rabbit holes and they find they find communities that are destructive or whatever. Um, you know what I'm telling you. There's all kinds of stuff out there. So it's good and bad. It's good and there's good and bad in it. I'd say since about 2016, one thing that has happened to is people showing their true colors, relative neighbors, coworkers. True. You had a roommate. What happened to him, lol? He moved out. He moved on with his life. We worked at the same place, and then he like just moved out. I remember you being vocal about some close relatives of yours having a bad perception towards your family. Let them be, man. You just keep being good father, husband, person. Gotta mind your own business. Yeah, I agree. What's up with chubby, chunky dogs I've been seeing on Instagram lately? I think it's cute to have. They think it's cute to have morbidly obese animals. Yeah, I do think that's a little bit weird because your dog doesn't have a control of its diet. You do, right? So it is. Innuendo says, "I love coffee to the point I'm excited to wake up tomorrow to drink it." I've had that. I've had that. Yeah, I've had that. Where like once you discipline yourself to just drink one cup of coffee, you do like go, tomorrow is gonna be great. But my issue was that I would always like ease into just drinking coffee constantly, and then I would like quit for a while and then restart the process. But yeah, if you can actually manage to drink one cup of coffee in the morning, it's quite a hit. Like it's a nice experience. It's just that I'm bad at regulation and I just kind of slowly slip into the drinking coffee nearly nonstop. They made Instagram accounts for dogs. I don't know that what was a section for Instagram business. But it tastes bitter, some waifu guy. Yeah, I normally, honestly, like I mostly only drink my coffee black. I drink my coffee black, no sugar. If I make it at home. So that's the kind of experience I'm looking for. But if I do go to like McDonald's or whatever to get a like a Dunkin' Donuts or something, I do want cream. You know what I mean? I'm not drinking like I'm not giving someone $3.80 for like bitter black coffee. Like I need kind of like that. I need the full experience. Coffee doesn't Coffee doesn't ask questions. It just understands you. You're a real one, man. Thank you, Innuendo. Thank you. It is kind of adorable to watch like overweight cats running and stuff. Like it's funny, but it can't be good. I don't even know how you can get. I've never had a pet that got overweight. I don't understand how you can do that. Like they have to be giving them like table scraps, like a lot of it, to get them fattened up like that. But normally, like a dog doesn't like get like you have to work hard to. I don't know. I don't know what these people are doing. Like I've never once had an overweight dog, and I give them plenty of food. My dog is getting older. He's actually kind of like getting skinnier. I think he's getting like that skinny old look a little bit because he's just getting older, and I don't know. You know how some people they get like that skinny old look? They kind of look like a skeleton a little bit. Exactly, he just understands you. Yeah. Not sure which one you're referring to, but yeah, I'm deaf minding my business at the moment. My number is my family. Number one, my mom and a couple of brothers I'll pray for. One has basically stopped being family almost. You're still hanging on to that hope, man. You gotta let the toxic people go, even if they're blood. Even if they're blood, you gotta let them go if they're being bad. That's what I say, though. I don't know. Some people have that never give up on blood. I'm like, dude, give up on blood and just let them go. Cut them out. I joined Discord a book club recently. I got banned after 3 days because I asked a question that challenged the rules a little bit. I don't think my question was any more controversial than the questions we all say and talk about here. But Discord group really didn't like my question. I just mentioned that in relation to finding online communities. What was the question? I'm curious. I'm also a little curious. He's like, it's like his book suggestion was Mein Kampf. Like he's just like, why don't we have our next project, I definitely need to reduce my cat weight. I just feed her what the vet recommends, but she's still so. Was it X-rated question? Nikki, I think after 40 you get skinny because you figure out how to balance your weight. Lol, no, not Mein Kampf. It's like, that was the suggestion after that was the ban question. She's cute though. I hit 40 and got fat. So I guess I'm figuring out less things out. Yeah, I do notice that it is easier. Like once I hit like 35ish, it's easier to put on. Like if I drink, like it used to not matter what I eat. If I drink beer and eat pizza, my weight will go up now. Like I still like if I chill and just eat normal the way I want, I don't put on weight. But if I do drink, like if I drink beer and eat pizza like on the regular, I'm putting on weight. Like it's like, you know what I mean, like. But I still drop it pretty fast. I still got a really fast metabolism, but I did notice that change where it's like I do see that the after 35 like things change. I'm not even 40. Nice. Yeah, don't get to be 40. You want to avoid 40. I bloat when I eat rice or drink beer. Same. Yeah, you see it in the face. After 35, you see it in the face. The bags, it shows up in your face. Bye, geeks. I gotta go, and remember, geeks for geeks. Or are they? All right, Innuendo. Thank you for stopping by. I know I'm spending a lot of time here, but this part right here, the angel and this, like this ledge here and these stairs, that's going to be the darkest part, and things are going to get lighter out there. So I need to establish, like, this is the definitive darkest part. So that's why I'm spending so much time, and it's sort of visually close to us, so there's going to be a lot of rendering in this area before I can like move on to the rest of the picture. The face gives it away a little. Yeah, it does. It does. It's harder to hide every year. And it's not just the bags under your eyes. It's that youthful glow that slowly leaves. That's when they stop carding you. When they see that youthful happy glow leave your soul, like that, they just stop asking you for ID, for alcohol. I just had a haircut today, and man, my face looks swollen. But that's what Eve's. At least I got rid of my hair. It's not hot as hell out here. There's a subgroup in this book Discord that is for people posting their writing. The rule is that one can't respond with feedback. So I said, what's the point of having a place to post one's writing? Did you respond with it? What's the point of having a place to post one's writing if it's not allowed to give feedback? And admin started getting shitty with me, giving me ad hominem attacks, and I responded in a reasonably logical way. He didn't like it and banned me. I don't mind. Like, I think that maybe they should have a sort of a like a lock sort of a system where it's like people are open to. Like, I can see that a little bit if it's sort of you know, like they say I do want criticism or I don't. Because there's times to not do it, you know, or like if people are just like I'm not looking for criticism, like I'm just not looking for that experience right now. Maybe they were like looking for cozy vibes. I don't know, but maybe they could do a rule where you say, hey, I'm open to criticism, like I'm working on this, please criticize me. So you know what I mean, like give me your input. Because I need to, I need like input from a broad amount of people to kind of get a sense of where I'm at. Because when you work on your own work, your brain does edit things in a way that you can't objectively see. Which is why sometimes I have to take a break after like 7 hours, because I'm like, my brain is fried. I can no longer see things objectively, right? So, but. I can see them like somebody doing like, listen, I'm just expressing myself. I don't need like literary kind of bashing, not bashing, because like right, like there is such thing. There's a difference between being shitty and just like sort of nitpicking and giving objectively good advice for the writing to be more effective. It's a touchy. I can see it being a touchy subject. I can see it being kind of touchy because I can see why, like, a group of people not wanting that experience necessarily, if that's what they're going for. Now, are they going to improve? Like, is that the best way to improve? No, right? Because if input, like, criticism isn't allowed, then you're gonna not improve fast, right? So that is the, you know, the negative downside of that. But oh, red flag admin. Why though? Can't he handle criticism like a champ? These paintbrushes are made of natural badger hair, imitate, made to imitate mongoose hair. What the? Yeah, I was trying to be differential. Differential. I was saying sorry. I know I'm new. Maybe I don't understand, but this admin guy immediately jumped on my neck. I said to the guy, "No problem, no problem, guy. Woo, no problem, guy." I think I have to explore brushes, lol. I only bought some decent ones. And also maybe it's the culture. Like maybe now people like you don't because like we're judging off of the standard of like the past in a sense of like how should I explain? Like it's normally traditionally thought of like you if you're putting your writing out there that you're open to like if you're putting yourself out there you're open to criticism. That's part of the game of putting yourself out. You know what I mean? Like if you ask a woman out you can get rejected kind of thing. That's part of the game. And so maybe like it's just a different cultural vibe now with people getting together in groups and they're like no criticism here. It's pillows and cotton candy inside of this room. So maybe that too is like the culture has shifted, and to us it seems strange and bizarre that there wouldn't be criticism allowed, but that's just where things are at. Yeah, for sure, Japochi, I strongly recommend Rosemary and Co paint brushes. You know, you hear about like millennials or whatever. I'm not even sure what generation I'm in, but you hear about these people who are like afraid to. Thank you for the follow. Afraid to call places like a pizzeria to order a pizza. Right? People are having so much anxiety that they can't function. Basically, so I'm not surprised to see what you're describing, Kamuwamu. I'm not surprised to see that because if they can't call someone, if they have too much anxiety to call a pizza place to order a pizza, I can see that a community would be centered around no criticism. That's not too shocking to me to see that now. People are also allowed to be creative without seeking to improve, just to make art or write things. I purchased, yes, I agree. I purchased Flat Brushes Series 274. Nice. I'm not too salty about it. It's a big group, 70k group. So maybe that group had a lot of trolls in the past, so now the group feels they need to be hardline against any issues. Yeah. Sometimes that's the thing is like, it's the same thing with streaming. Someone could come on here and make a joke to me. And let's say between the language barriers and how tired I am and other things that have happened and the disconnect when you're reading chat, the joke can come off as to me as bad, and we might ban them, right? We might make the decision to ban them, but I could be wrong. They might have meant well, it's just language barrier, whatever. And so everyone makes mistakes too. So it's like, I accept that I might make mistakes in terms of like they meant well, they meant to be funny, but it just came off in a weird way. So I try to take that into account. So I try to watch for overall patterns before I ban people. But like, I try not to be too fast about it. But, you know. It is what it is. Uh, lol. Yeah. Anyway, I'm looking for a new book group. I would totally join you in that quest, but I don't read. So I read chat, and that's enough for me. I want to keep my vocabulary at a basic level. Sometimes you guys throw in big words, and I try to read them, but you know. After I done get reading chat, I'm like, I am done with this today. I don't feel like doing any more of this reading. I think I need to turn up the. I think I need to turn up the, or maybe the light. Is there an? Oh, there we go. That's better. Okay. I'm like, why is this so dark? That's a little better, right? Big words are often hiding nonsense opinions. Yeah, that'll happen. I think this spot is going to be definitively the darkest spot right here. Pretty sure. I wish I could help in that department. I do love to read a good book from time to time, but it really depends on book and mood. That looks deluxe. Like I'm looking at a brand new car. Just bought a painting set from this stationery store nearby. I haven't opened it for months. Reading can be quite exhausting sometimes, and a lot of exhaustion has nothing to do with intelligence. And a lot of it, most struggles are to do with tiredness. I agree. There's probably only a few things in entertainment that most people have a common understanding of, like sport, football, baseball, basketball. Uh, I played baseball for about a day. Um, Football, I understand kind of, but a Slipknot fan probably means like normal football, not American football. Basketball, yeah, I like basketball. I've never played it, but it's all right. I mean, pretty much anyone can converse about sport. True. True. Not me. I don't know what's going on. Or maybe the top 10 chart music. Not me. I don't. I also don't listen to popular music. Or Marvel movies. Not me. I've seen maybe two or three of them. I'm outside the scope of normal, guys. Stuff that's known universally. Yeah, not to me. Nope. I escaped. I escaped literally every single one of those, except for the Marvel movies. I did watch a little bit of those. Not me either. Future Oil, you don't watch sports. You don't watch sports or watch. You must have seen the Marvel movies though. That's pretty common. I watched like the Spider-Man. Jipochi puts a pineapple on pizza. Heresy. What was the other one? Top 10. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on with like the top, like the official top 10 musics right now. I like pineapple on pizza. I've never tried it. I can't comment on it. I've never really tried the pineapple on pizza. It sounds like heresy, but I stopped watching baseball after my dad died. I do like hockey. Hockey is pretty good. Sometimes watch the Olympics, but that's it. Nope. I don't watch Olympics. Nope. Never liked MMA since they started. Just two people killing each other. Well, it is visceral to watch, right? It is kind of, they're not killing each other. They're trying to knock each other out and choke and stuff, you know. I will say that I don't like seek to watch MMA, but when I get invited to like the big fights, I don't go to the. I'm saying people pay for the pay-per-view and I go and watch it. I do find it to be a rather thrilling and visceral experience. Although I'm not like that into it, but like I do like to watch. I like to watch people hit each other. You know, they volunteered for it and they're getting money, right? So I get it, but like, you know, I used to like to watch tennis, but I got bored watching same three guys win all the games. Probably true. I'm outside of that realm. There was recently a women's tennis championship here watching. There it was pretty intense. Slowly it was too quiet and you can only hear players breathing every time they hit the ball. That yeah, I know. Yeah, that whole experience. Yeah, that's MMA is MMA is all about that. But guys, they're not really killing each other. They're getting close. You know, I would be lying if I didn't. It's gripping, right? It's hard to look. I like watching. I used to be in Taekwondo. It's not like I've never ventured into the realm of hitting people. So it's not like I haven't been hit back. So I kind of I'm not a complete hypocrite. I've partaken in the activities, so I do enjoy sometimes watching the activities happen to other people. A match I watched was from Foro's home country, Belarusian tennis player. What the? Arina Sabalenka. I had a picture with her. Nice. I liked women's games for a while. Yeah, exactly. That's what tennis sounds like. Oh lol, yeah, I remember the tennis ladies scream the whimpers. I think they all do, right? I love watching live. It's nice to watch two skilled martial artists go at each other. I enjoy it. Sometimes, like, I'm not, like I said, I don't even like care. Like, it's only like if somebody invites me to go watch the fight, like I'm like, oh cool, yeah, I'll show up to your house and eat some pizza and whatever. It's an enjoyable experience, but outside of that, I'm not like seeking it. I have pineapple and roast chicken pizza. Oh, you guys. I do like watching boxing when there's a good fight. Boxing is fun, yeah, boxing. I like Aftermath. You barely recognize them from the injuries. I've been gradually watching the back catalog of UFC fights. It starts in. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to yawn. I've been gradually watching the back catalogs of UFC fights. It starts in 1983 up to 2006. Yeah, I remember it being like UFC in the early days. Wasn't it like a lot less rules? You can like do elbow strikes. You can really hurt somebody like that. You can really hurt somebody like that. I see why they banned the elbow strikes. The cauliflower ears was disgusting looking though. Yeah, it's a little grotesque. Stare. Built to flee says stare. Nice, thank you for staring. But some guys are aiming to have it. It makes you look tougher, yeah. They like the pit bull look, I guess. The cauliflower ear is seen as a badge of honor, of pride for some fighters. Yeah, yep. Hey yo, I think this was more authentic era of fighting sports. I know there's some bribes going on there, but it still feels more intense. UFC was sort of out of control at the beginning. Only rules at the beginning was no eye gouging and growing attacks. Sorry for the yawn. I'm really sorry. The thing is, I'm not even tired or bored. I don't know why I'm yawning. It's that time of day, I guess. Everything else was an open game. I played baseball in high school as well as wrestling. I do feel like if you wrestle in high school, like it sets you up for a good time. Like you kind of always like once you've done wrestling, you can always like take on a regular dude that doesn't like some big dude that doesn't know how to fight. You will always be able to get them to the ground and control them essentially. You know, if you know, it's probably a good skill to have to be reasonably strong in that area. Well, not strong, but knowledgeable. You know, you will forever be able to take out a regular dude, and it's helpful too because you really don't want to. You don't want things to come to blows because you know. Yeah, wrestling gives a solid foundation. So many good MMA fighters have solid wrestling foundation. Well, I think statistically too, like most fights go to the ground anyway. So, but I'm saying if you're in a situation where you have to, I guess it kind of depends, right? Like it's probably better not to be in a situation where you gotta fight. And if they got friends, nothing really works because if things go to the ground, it just gets progressively worse for you. But if it's one dude, you can just kind of control them. I'm a pretty boring guy, so I rarely get invited. Wait, what? Um, let's just say boot camp was super easy for me right after high school because of the shape I was in. What? Nice. I don't know anything about the military. I'm sure it's tough and stuff. Especially, I think that sleep deprivation would get to me. I give up already. Like I'm like, nope. I gotta get my 8 hours and then maybe 2 more hours. Sorry, I gotta get my sleep in. But I appreciate for those who like wanna do all that. Thank you. I wish I had sports growing up. I wish I had sports growing up. It, yes, it can be fun. I can relate to most men in parties. I can't relate to most men in parties. Jipochi, did you have? You said you have an older brother, right? They talk about sports, wives, kids. Um, I can't relate to most people. Period. No, I'm just kidding. Um, I can't relate to most men at parties. Yeah, I think that that's kind of a consequence of I don't know. I think that's just a consequence of like most people are boring, dude. Like you go to a party and I'm like, dude, like you go to a party and it's like there's nothing. I don't think it's cuz like I don't think sports would help you, Japochi. You would just be more athletic and still in the corner of the room, not being able not being able to associate it with anyone. That's how Mike. I was athletic. I was in martial arts and stuff. I did cool stuff, and I'm like, dude, I gotta leave. I gotta rep the shit up. I gotta go home. I remember the first day they asked if you want out, speak now. Um, how many people left when they said that? How many people were out? Were they like, you know what? And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I want out. My fear, you know why I don't want to join the Navy? I watched that Pearl Harbor movie. Do you guys remember that Pearl Harbor? One left. Do you guys remember that Pearl Harbor movie? Where the sailor, like they show the sailors in the water and the planes were strafing, they were like burning in the oil and the planes were still strafing the sailors trying to get away. I'm like, bro, the Navy sounds awful. That's what I imagine the Navy would be like. I'm like, yo, like you're drowning and planes are just strafing the water. Um, doesn't sound like a good time. It's much fun to stay indoors. Some parties are just boring as hell with their own circles. Yeah, it can get that way. I usually find somebody that's like into World of Warhammer or whatever the fuck, and I just ask them a question about kings and shit, and you just can't get them to stop talking at that point. I had an ex-army MMA teacher for self-defense. I had one leg. Wait, hold on. I had an ex-army MMA teacher for self-defense. I have one leg, as you know. My teacher kept on saying you. Hold on. I gotta put on my serious face. I don't want to like. I gotta make sure I'm not about to read some. You can't take an assailant on. So punch him in the balls. Punch his balls 1,000 times. That'll work. You do have an older brother. I do have an older brother, but he's more of a computer nerd. He knows a lot about tech. He runs a tech in the house. Nice. One left. Nice. That's a good ratio. Works every time. How many balls have you punched? I'm still alive, so many, many. I remember well, Nikki. That was once in a century attack. So chances of you seeing that are slim. Not once in a century attack. Yeah, but that's how I imagined. That's what the Navy was. It goes to war and planes are shooting. You're shooting. Ball assassin. Yeah, Jipochi, here's what you want to do. If you want to look cool at a party, this is a trick. You find somebody you find a nerd. You sit next to them, and you kind of sift out what they're into, and you just get them going. And now you got a talking partner for the 2-3 hours. That's how you do it. And then maybe you warm up to further conversations. So Pulp Fiction, is it later R? Rated R? I think it is. I think it's a pretty violent movie. Slipknot fan says, I've never tried patties yet. Patties yet? The question strategy works. The question strategy works. Generally, most people are ready and willing to talk about themselves if no one shows if one shows interest. They will talk about themselves, but I mean more like I feel like the nerds that are into a thing, they're just talking about that thing. I felt like I didn't feel like they were talking about themselves. It's just that like you got to get them going and you got to find a thing that they want to talk about. But talking about themselves also works too. Like that can work too. You can get that, that'll definitely work. Talking about themselves includes the thing they're interested in. Is that friend the same girl who told you about Kuya and Ate? Just beautiful, not to spill it. Just be careful not to spill it, cause it smells really bad. It was a guy. Uh, it's an interesting question. Is one interest intrinsic to oneself, or is it separate? I'm not, because if you're like, if you go to a party, let's say, here I'm not sure about my own opinion about it. I have to push back a little bit because it's like, how can you talk to, like, most of the time if you get together with your buddy and you know you both like to talk about whatever, then like by that logic, aren't you both like talking about yourself? If you're both talking about your interest, like you want to connect with someone, you're not gonna, in order to, because talking about yourself has a negative connotation. If you talking about World of Warhammer with your buddy who also loves World of Warhammer, is you both talking about yourself? You know what I mean? It's like, it kind of, I feel like it defeats the ability to, because otherwise you'd have to choose a topic you both hate in order to have like a pure conversation that doesn't involve sort of a negative connotation to it. But obviously you are going to talk about the thing that's why you can initially connect and find friends around topics you both are interested in, and then you connect. And by that logic, we're all talking about ourselves no matter what we do. Do you know what I mean? It's like a kind of, I'm not sure how that can. I feel like talking about what you're interested in is not, because you talking about you usually has a connotation of like fulfilling your ego. Like you're talking about yourself, you're bringing up like your victories or whatever your successes. Um, that's you talking about you in a negative connotation. If you're both talking about a subject that you're both interested in, that is you just connecting with another human without the ego stuff, I think. I agree. When people ask how are you, the response is often a description about what someone is doing. I'm trying to remember, how do I respond when people ask me how. If people say how are you, I'm trying to remember, how do I answer? How do I even? I think I just say good, right? Most people say I'm good, but occasionally you get those people that want to grief them about their dead cat. You'll definitely get that. You'll definitely get that. It's funny how I pronounced eat like the past tense eat. Lol, it sound when it should be ate. How about this? It's a funny word. Medulla spalaca. The bug zapper got another one. The floor looks so real. It's beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to lay out the staircase here. I might have some blood running. You know, I might use a little bit of blood. Thank you, thank you. Bug zap? Yeah, we got another one. Oh, Ewoos! What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Look at you. Where's the floor? A floor wax janitor? Dog? Yeah. Where's your good boy? Slippy frog. My bad, I washed up after my dog. We'll have to go on a walk after the stream. We'll have to go on a walk. Guys, let me go pee really quick. I'll be right back. I missed a talk. Are we talking about someone? No, we were just talking about the nature of talking. Like, what is it to talk about yourself? And I think talking about things that you're interested in is not necessarily you talking about you. Because the only way then to not talk about yourself is to choose a subject you're not interested in and don't care about. I mean, I get, you know. I think, because like when someone says talking about themselves, it kind of implies that they're like glazing themselves or like kind of bringing up how well their career is going or whatever. It kind of has like this negative kind of connotation, and I feel like talking about, just if you're both talking about a subject you're both kind of like interested in, that's not that. That's just more like you're just kind of riffing and sharing things. Okay, let me go pee. I'll be right back. getting kind of chilly. It's getting a little chilly. I had to put on my fleece pants again. My snowflake pants. Had to put on my snowflake pants. Otherwise, I won't survive. Like, I'll just die of cold. Hopefully, it maintains my temperature at an appropriate level now. Is this new pants? No, these are the old pants. I've had these since forever. First transit, Jipochi, new pants unlocked. No, these are my regular old pants. My guy, good evening. Thank you, First Transit. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, First Transit, if you, me and Jipochi are, if next time we play Helldivers, we'll, if you want in on that, we are looking, we're not like seriously looking, but having a third player that, you know, would be nice. So if you play that game, we're open to taking in, and we're pretty casual. Like, we're pretty casual with our ambition. We're not like super pro player people, so we don't get super competitive with that game. Sometimes I see those people on Twitch, for example, if you saw someone come across your chat and you say, hey, Happy Goth, how's it going? And their response is, yeah, my parrot died actually. Do you remember the old game shows with the studio audience? And sometimes the game show host speaks to one of the audience. Can you imagine if the audience members said, yeah, I'm not good right now, my parrot died? Oh, yeah, there's, I think it's called trauma dumping. It's a really negative thing to do. Because what happens, the issue is, for me as a streamer, is that what ends up happening is I don't know if that person is testing, because the thing is, it could be real, and they are genuinely hurt, and they are getting it out, which this is not necessarily the most appropriate place to do that, because it's supposed to be like entertainment, right? But if I'm insensitive to that, and I go, you know, fuck your parrot, or whatever, sorry kids, it's kind of like people will see me as a monster. So it's kind of like a tough thing to handle, because it's like, yeah, trauma dumping can be problematic, because it's kind of like, I just go, oh, okay, sorry about that. Or that's all I can do, because it's like, that person could just be making stuff up. I don't know that person or what's going on. So if they're doing that, it's kind of like, fuck your parent. But you know what I mean? It's like, if they're saying like, if they're trauma dumping, I don't know. I don't know if they're lying, because it's online. I don't know who people really are. So, you know what I mean? That's why it's just not a good idea to do that to a streamer, because it's like, and if I do that, if I mean, because I think that they're doing that on purpose, or like making stuff up, then to people I'll look like a monster that doesn't care. But really, I have no idea if it's real or not, right? That's the issue. I'm ready to kill some aliens. I'll drop my gamer tag on Discord to you. All right, man. How would you respond to this? If they're not lying, it's still a shitty thing. Yeah, that's the thing, is it's kind of like, I get it. The thing is, people, the lines of entertainment and like them feeling like the streamer is like the person to go to for that is like blurring, kind of, I think, in a lot of people's minds. Understandably so, right? They might feel a connection, so they're like, this is a person to go to for this, but really it's probably not. But because I don't know, right? Like, I don't know that person, so it's kind of like, it's a tough thing, right? It's a tough thing. It's kind of rough. I don't know how you handle that, because you don't want to be insensitive, but you also kind of, it could just be some dude, like, it's, you know, Parasocial yeah, it's kind of a tough balance. That's why most streamers will say in chat rules, no trauma dumping. But I just don't have the rule. I'm too lazy to make the rules list. I'm still laughing at the pair. The only rule is there are no rules. No, that's the thing. There are rules, and it's actually up to discretion of the platform and the streamer to make that call on whether it's just trolling or someone is actually does it. Because some people, they don't understand. Like, they don't understand social engagement, like or whatever, you know what I mean? So I kind of try to like take all that into account, and like I said, all I can do is respond to patterns. Like, once I notice a pattern, that's the only thing I can like really rely on. If someone's just weird off the get, like, they might just be weird and not understand things. I don't know. Drop supplies to you, sacrifice myself if things get sticky. I have the armor skin where if I die, explode. I have the armor skin where if I die, explode. Nice, man. That's awesome. I mean, in life, but there are rules in life, right? I mean, I get what you're saying, Future Oil. There is no real rules. We're just adhering to a system that is sort of maintaining stability, right? I think that's the best way to put it. We're adhering to a set of rules that allow there to be sort of a civil interaction with other people. But there actually is no rules. But actually there are. Like, you can't break rules of physics, right? There's no way to break through... Never mind, there are rules. What the... if my social event is a Twitch chat, I think everyone's talking to me would be banned, though. If my social events is a Twitch chat. It is great. Yeah, it's things are changing, bro. This scene looks so dramatic. Why am I saying I'm almost like saying dramatic. Yeah, dramatic. Um, yeah, I get where you're coming from, but at the end of the day, when a loved one, Murder Hollow, what's up? When your loved, wait, where you're coming from, but at the end of the day, when a loved one is in the hands of doctors, you have to question everything. Bro, that's why I don't. Those steps look great. Thank you, Murder Hollow. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I get what you mean. That's why I didn't put organ donor on my driver's license. I don't want them to like recycle me. It's like, oh, this guy looks dead. He looks super dead. You know, after a car crash. I'm like, I'm still alive. No, no, no. He looks super dead. I don't know. He's not even responsive. You know, I don't want to, like, once they see that organ donor, dude, that's like hundreds. I mean, I'm 35. No one, no, you don't want my organs. But I'm just saying, like, when you're like 19, you get into a car crash, you look extra. If they see organ donor, I mean, to my, you know what I mean? Like, you look extra dead to those people, because it's like, this is like just money waiting to get recycled. You know what I mean? I'm sure it's not like that. I'm being funny, but you know what I mean. There's a little bit of me where I'm just like, what if they just go, you know what? We can't get money out of this kid. If we patch him up, it's gonna cost millions of dollars, and we'll never get that money back. But there is millions of dollars in organs. So does he look dead, or could we save him? I don't know. It's hard to say, right? Hard to say. Foro's organs run on dried meat and energy drinks. No, yeah, a lot of dried meat for sure. I eat healthy, guys. Come on. I don't know. That's my internal thinking. I don't really like. I don't believe like there's like that they could like save you less hard if you're an organ donor, but things happen out there. Things can happen. Murder Hollow, how's your day going, by the way? Sometimes Filipinos, I'm curious how to, slippery, I think I learned it from a Filipino lesson somewhere. Sometimes Filipinos say, "ay palka," when they get startled, or a reaction when an object falls low. That's the friendly way to say it. "Ay palka." Nice. Murder who? What the? Murder Hollow. I'm doing good, man. Just got back from a little sister's baby shower. How are you? Oh, just what I do every day. I just sit here and I draw epic things. Every day is the same. As long as I'm doing this, I'm happy. I can never get tired of this. Honestly, you know, I can do this every day. You know, some days I could imagine myself like just playing video games all day would be fun sometimes, but I think this is the part of the song I don't like. There we go. I bought a Huion tablet that was cheap and it has no display, but I'm messing with getting comfortable on drawing. Wait, I bought a Huion tablet that was cheap and it has no display, but I'm messing with getting comfortable on drawing with it. I think little tablets are great. I bought a Wacom tablet that was way too big. I didn't realize, guys, if you buy a drawing tablet, what I didn't realize, you end up using like this much space. You end up using like this much space. Like, you don't end up... I thought I needed a big tablet to sit there and be like all like this. You don't need it. You end up using like a 1/4 inch of it. So buy like for your, if you're gonna have it on your desk, buy nothing bigger than a mouse pad size tablet, and that's all you're ever gonna need. So that's my advice. I end up mine is so big it's like cumbersome and there's nowhere to put it. But yeah, good job, man. Cool. Oh, we have the same dimensions. I got a Wacom that's gathering dust. Yeah, exactly. Hope you're able to use it as much, man. Hope you're... Yeah. It's easy to abandon a Wacom tablet. Because like I said, I just like to do Tradish. So I kind of just... It's like when I got a console, I knew in my heart I would eventually go back to Tradish drawing. So I kind of like... That's kind of... And I did. Oh, you know what? You know what I just noticed? This line right here needs to be more that way. How did I miss it? What the? How did I miss that? Needs to be more in line like that. Getting some art running and done art. I'm working on a still life painting. Nice, I'll have to check it out. I'm doing a DaVinci study for digital practice on sketching and line work. Noise. Da Vinci. He was Italian, like Mario from Mario games. Remember? Both some of the greatest Italians. I'm off. Take care, everyone. Thank you, Kamawamu, for hanging out with us. Hope you have a great rest of your day. See you, Kamu. Sorry, Kuma. What's that sound? Is it raining? It's part of the vid. Yeah, it's part of the. That's why I was like looking to change the song because I'm like, I'm sure people don't want to hear. StarCraft is kind of fun. Just kind of keep it low. But yeah, what were we talking about? Sorry. You were about to lend me $1 million. A small loan of $1 million. Thank you for the follow, Doisy lol. Doisy lol. I'm starting to really like where this is going. I'm starting to be a believer here. I'm looking at the work and I'm like, I'm starting to believe this can be a really good picture. I just got to be real patient and careful and thoughtful with the rendering, and we're gonna do some great things. I really do feel like having some Jimmy John's after this, though, if I'm being honest. Some Jimmy John's sounds pretty good. And honestly, a single Jimmy John's doesn't even fill me up anymore. Were you doing great things? Were you doing great things already? How many Jimmy John's have you ordered this week? I hit up, I hit up Jimmy John's, and it's always the same sandwich. I'm sure they call me the number 7 because they always get the number 7 toasted. It's so good. I made chili dogs and chips. Should be good to go with some energy. Nice. Bird almost ready for color. Oh, awesome! Yeah, you're doing that American Eagle. Nice, nice, nice. I feel like I should put some loose stones in there, maybe, like there was stones here, and then it got like destroyed or something. If that makes sense, like it's sort of like a road that's been eroding, kind of into dirt, kind of energy slowly. But I gotta be real careful because you can end up running into that issue where you're like, uh. But I think I'm getting pretty good at like adding details, but not oversaturating the contrast to where it like kills off the image, the overall image. It's like easy to kind of do that a little bit. Oh, geez, I don't like that. I don't like the way that line just ruined the perspective a little bit. Just do a little erasey action. I think that's better. I just want some suggestion that there's like, like there was like a road here once, kind of like a bridge or something, and it got turned into like this destroyed mound kind of structure, like it was maybe a bridge or something, and it's like falling apart. You know, some kind of infrastructure that's sort of failing. What the? Yeah, post it in the whip art if you want. No pressure. Yeah, if I don't get any work later tonight, I'm gonna be on Discord and I'm gonna be playing some little bit of Helldivers, probably like an hour and a half Helldiving. I used to really dig this StarCraft 1 music. When I was a kid, I would like unironically listen to it and just nerd out to it. No pressure, but if you don't do it, no soup for you. Yeah, no pressure. I'm definitely gonna have to make the angel a little bit more contrasty now that I'm adding. Now that this is happening, and he's starting to like disappear a little bit, in a sense. Like he's starting to kind of fade in with this, which is kind of good. Like I kind of want this when you're looking at him, you're looking at this. They're about like the same distance, and I want to make them about the same, but still have them be highlighted like a little bit. Like you should be able to, your eye should catch him first. I think. Right. But these two things need to kind of work together here. That's what I'm going to try and achieve. And through slow, meticulous rendering, I will achieve the result I want, I hope. Oh my god. Thank you for the follow, Mittens TV. Thank you for the follow. Wait, the fuck? Why is there a black hair? Like a long black hair on my pencil. What the? I mean, I guess it wasn't that black, but I guess it was. Shading this foot is going to be kind of tough, I think. I don't know why, but I feel like shading... I don't know how to approach... It's like sometimes like a foot, I'm just like, how do you shade the foot? What the... What is going on here? This is beautiful. Long black hair. What the... Must be a woman at the factory. Well, I'm not at the factory right yet, but, just not sure how that happened. But thank you, Mittens, for saying it's beautiful. Well said. I'm seeing the same. It's starting to, well said. I'm seeing the same. It's starting to show depth. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No. It's gonna be a lot of very nuanced work to make this kind of all work together. But I'm so happy with the way things are coming out that I don't want to rush through anything. I do not want to rush through at this point because I feel like the setup is so good. I just gotta get like the you know. Yeah, that's always the trouble with it. I never know when to stop. I rarely finish much that I start. Um, I try to basically render until I feel like I'm at max. Like I've reached my max sort of skill level before I start to make things worse. And that's basically where I stop. I'm like, I'm just going to hurt things from here on out, and I know I need to bow out at this point. You know, not now. I'm just saying, like in general, that's my theory about sort of shading and stuff. It's like I know like where my skill level is and like what I truly understand, and I'm like, if I feel like I'm about to start, things are gonna get worse. It's time to stop. Like that's all I know how to do. Um, would you go to space for 5 minutes, like Katy Perry did? Did they even reach outside the ozone? Oh, that conspiracy theory. Bro, I don't know. I'm not sure what I believe. I think they did. I think it's real. But would I do it? Guys, I'd need to see a lot more Katy Perry's get launched up there before I go. I need it to be as commonplace as airplanes before I go to the lower atmosphere or whatever they call it. I just don't want to be Bezos like experiment, like guinea pig. I don't want to get deleted. I mean, at least if you die up there, it seems like all those deaths where the capsule gets crushed or the thing explodes, at least you get deleted so fast that it's like instant death. Having said that, you know, I don't know. I'm not more Katy Perry launched up there. You got yeah. I just need to see another few thousand launches before I get on that Bezos death trap. No offense, if he offers me a sponsorship for my stream, I don't want to have an anti Bezos sentiment. You know, I want to take his money if that's on the table. But having said that, I don't want to be on his death trap. Me too. Yeah. I'll buy. Oh my god! Did you guys see that little truck they're coming out with? Apparently, Bezos is. They're developing this like $20,000 electric truck, and it kind of looks cyberpunkish and dope. It has the bare necessities. It's like as simple as you can make anything. I mean, this thing is simple, and it's got like you got to do like that to like open the windows. That remember the old school window opening things. I mean, it's brutally simple, but it's 20K, which in today's market, honestly, for a little mini truck like that, that's kind of a killer deal. Especially with it not having an engine that needs to be serviced. It's just got an electric motor, yada yada battery. I know, but I'm just saying that's kind of a tempting deal. You know what I mean? I would get in on that if I really needed a vehicle. Buying a brand new vehicle for 20K, it's all made out of like plastic. They're like, I know this sounds like it's like, oh, I don't want a cheap. It's like, yeah, but think about the maintenance. Everything on it is like all the bolts are on the outside of the panels. You just take them off, take the headlight off, you know, put a new $80 headlight in. It's not going to be a $5,000 headlight. There's no paint. It's just, you know, orange plastic. Like, I'm like, this is what I always wanted, is like this, like a little truck that's not $98,000, you know, brand new. Look, I hate Bezos as much as the next guy. Just kidding, Bezos. If you like, just I want to, just kidding. I still want your money, but the guy's making moves, and I'm liking the moves. I'm liking the moves he's making. But God forbid I ever work in any of his facilities. It seems like a total nightmare. They have like you guys hear about those toilets you go in? They have like those chambers you go in to cry. In case you need to cry, you go inside of these like little pods and heal for a little bit. Please don't start charging us for oxygen. Yeah. It's gonna be more expensive to suck the oxygen out than to sell it back to you. I bet it keeps him up at night. Not being able to sell you oxygen keeps him up at night. It's like rent, but plus. It's like rent plus, right? It's like imagine like the like when you were younger, like having to keep up with rent, but also the fear of dying instantly. It's like, ooh, that's gonna get you working those extra hours at his facilities. You need to watch ADS before you inhale oxygen. It's like, sorry guys, I'm getting a little dizzy. I need another hit of oxygen. It's like, please donate. Having said that, I will work with Jeff Bezos if he offers me a good deal. He's the modern Henry Ford in some sense. Oh my god. Froggy PhD, thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. What the? Let me do a shout out really quick. Shout out. How do I wait? Froggy PhD. I did it. I did it right the first time. Thank you so much for the raid. How's the dogs in space? Thank you so much for the raid, man. How's your stream? Oh my God! Thank you, man. I appreciate my heart. My heart. Thank you, man. How was that's what I said. Your style is beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, let me just zoom out a little bit. Thank you for the follows, man. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm drawing like sort of a battle, like a battle over a cityscape of like a angel. There's a oh, sorry. Let me move my lamp really quick. I gotta do the whole shebang. Never doubted you again. But yeah, this is the upper part, and I'm gonna do like a full piece where there's gonna be like a city up here and city down there, and sort of a battle between angels and demons, kind of vibe. I'm trying to emulate the Gustave Dore energy. If you guys know, like it's a French artist. If you've seen his work, that's kind of like what I'm trying to emulate. Insane, it's so good. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Subs for 2 months. What the? Yeah. Thank you so much for the sub. Yeah. But yeah, I'm trying to. If you guys look at Gustave Dore, that's kind of the inspiration here. Is that French artist? Is that dark, brooding, epic kind of cosmic battle between good and evil? That's sort of what I'm going for here. And I think we're getting there. I think we're slowly getting there. You know, I'm just trying to be very patient with the rendering so I can get the. Seems like it's getting a little dark. Oh yeah, I moved the lamp, that's why. Move the lamp. Let me get back to... I appreciate you guys saying nice things about the style. Carolina, I go off now. The progress is fantastic. I see the depth also now. It looks great. Good day's work. Thank you, Carolina. I super appreciate you being here. That's on YouTube. For those who think I'm just talking to myself. It's my imaginary followers, guys. It's the lost tribes that I imagine. But yeah, I think the longer I take to flesh this out is going to be... Because I got the positioning just the way I want. And the portrayal of scale. So I think like I just need to be very careful and just do layers and just kind of build it up. He's gone crazy, chat. Are you talking to yourself again? Sometimes, yeah. I do enjoy a good talk to myself. Thank you for the follow, Monty the non-dog. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Thank you for the follow. Battle Squig. Thank you. But yeah, this is gonna be an epic one. I because of setup. This is actually a commish. This is actually a commish, so I wanted to. I restarted this. Well, here's the notes I was. Here's kind of what I was going off of. I did a little sketch of kind of what I wanted, around kind of like the concept of what I wanted, and I was just doing concepts, and kind of came to this, this kind of thing, through just working through the ideas. Most intellectual convo I can have is to one. Oh, most intellectual convo you can have is to oneself. I think that's true, unless oneself is like I don't know. I think it's a good convo because you're at your own level. You know what I mean? Like you're meeting yourself at a same. It's not like someone talking down to you with concepts you can't understand. I think that's true because like you are you. If you're talking to yourself, it's good because you're not gonna not understand what you're saying because you're like if you're kind of dumb, and like if you're talking to yourself, at least you can understand what's happening. So I think it can help growth, yeah. But if you're talking to someone way smarter, it can actually hinder you a little bit. So I agree with that. It reminds me of Chris Riddle with more depth and maturity. I'm not sure who Chris Riddle is. I'm not sure who that is, but I appreciate the nice comment. But yeah, I do like the way the style is going. I'm slowly trying to get rid of more and more lines, and I guess I am trending more into the like realistic realm in terms of drawing. So it's kind of like I am kind of getting that you know, things are starting to look more realistic in general for me, which I was trying to kind of I wanted a style that wasn't like that, but I didn't know what I wanted. So I just kept rendering and rendering, and I think I am leaning more into the realistic realm, but it's fine. I think it's working. I do think it's still stylized. I'm not just trying to do like hyper realistic, like where it looks like a photo. It's still stylized, but um, I don't know where I was going with all that. But I'm happy with the way things are starting to look in terms of my my style, I guess. But I'm gonna be very patient and spend a crap load of time on this because it is a commish. It's a commish, and I want to do a really good job. So book illustrator who's also awesome. Nice. Let me punch that name in. Really nice so far. Thank you, Froggy PhD. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, let me punch in Chris Riddle. I'm trying to be more like Gustav Dorr, like at least not necessarily be exactly like him, but I'm trying to emulate emulate that kind of dark, brooding, epic energy. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm going for. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've never heard of this guy. First time seeing him. Gustave Doré, this guy for people who can't spell. Yeah, so I think he was French. I believe he was French. Very cool. Yeah, today's been a really like a W stream. Just just in terms of like conversations we've been having. I can't prove it, but it was awesome. Like you just have to believe me. We've been having just all kinds of great conversations over here. Right, Japochi? Back me up. Thank you for the follow. Flaming Jewel. Nice, thank you. Who? What? Nice. I was saying how good the combos today were in general. Uh, that might have not been the best move ever. Sorry, I can fix that. Actually, let me grab this really quick. Thank you guys. I super appreciate the follow. What the? I appreciate the follows. Uh, PKC Limber, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are spoiling me today. Just getting spoiled rotten. I want to make sure that as I shade in like this piece of land he's standing on, that it doesn't start to get overwhelmed by that contrast. I want to maintain the balance of him still being kind of more prominently stated, just enough to where your eye isn't lost. You know what I mean? I want to make sure the eye isn't like getting lost in the sauce, so to speak. Art so pretty had to drop a follow. Thank you, Flaming Jewel. I appreciate that. I appreciate. I try to do good. I try to do good. Japoshi. Good night. It's late here, but I really like your style. See you soon, and thank you, Froggy, for showing us his channel. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I totally understand. You know what's weird is some days I do have like days where I kind of get tired in terms of, I feel like I'm tired of drawing or whatever, and then the next day I start drawing and I feel the opposite. I don't have that feeling anymore. It's kind of crazy how it switches up on you. Kind of want to run that shade down to almost his kneecap, so that this leg kind of stands out in contrast to that right there. Guys, should I go get a Jimmy John's after this? NLG, I'm also falling asleep. I wish you the best, and we'll go eat too. Nice, thank you, Froggy PhD. Really appreciate the subscribe and all the raid you gave me, man. Really appreciate it. Now I feel like I gotta draw faster because there's more people. I feel like I gotta speed up the rendering process. Ye get James Jonathan. Get James Jonathan. Is that a streamer? Should probably know who that is. I feel like I should know who that is. Get some dins. Have a good night. Nice. James John. Let me copy that name if that's a channel name. Oh, okay, Jimmy John's. I was like, what the? I thought I'm like, is that a stream? Is he referring a streamer that he wants me to raid? Okay, nice. Yeah, I love Jimmy John's. You guys know I'm gonna get a number 7 too. Yeah, I remember when I was a kid listening to StarCraft 1 music, I'm like, this goes so hard. I'm like, oh my god, this music is amazing. There goes your commish money. Oh, I know, right? I'll eat my commish money. I'll eat it. I'll eat it. What the? Yeah, I'm probably gonna get some Jimmy John's and then I'll jump on Discord and if anyone wants to play the Helldivers, I'm up for a little bit of that. I'm up for like an hour or two of Helldivers. I think you never know. You never know how Helldivers goes. Sometimes it's 2 hours turns into a whole day. And you must be tired, like like Father Jonathan. If I had the money to buy out Jimmy John's, I would name it Father Jonathan. That would be hilarious. Father Jonathan. There goes your commission money. Get baby some walkies. I'll take a number 4 turkey, Tom. Get yourself some food. No, I'm serious. Like if I could buy out Jimmy John's, I would just rename it Father Jonathan. I don't know. I just think that would be funny. Well, I don't know if anyone has any advice for this, but I kind of have a weird situation. I was pulling into my driveway the other night, and there was a skunk on my front lawn, and then it ran towards my house, and I'm pretty sure it's like living under my porch, but it's like enclosed. I thought about putting a rock, cost $1 million, just adds a sandwich on the menu, Father Jonathan. But so like I saw this skunk, right, and I'm like, I'm not sure what to do because if I put a rock in front of it where it's getting in, or something like a heavy boulder or something like that, I'm afraid it's gonna be in there. I don't want it to like die in there. What is it? Oh, yeah, skunk, and I'm not sure how to get. Outside of calling an official service that would take care of it professionally, right? That's not up for an option. But like outside of that, because it dug a hole and it's like it like dug a hole and it's like getting under the porch, like under the siding, and it lives under the porch. But I'm like, okay, there's a couple of ways. Like I'm like, I could just put a boulder in front of his door and then it can't come back in. But how will I know if it's inside of there, right? Like what if I end up killing it, like, that way, like, because it won't be able to leave, or it will destroy my house to try and get out. So I don't know. I also don't want to get sprayed by a skunk. It's like one of my worst fears in life is I'll have to deal with a skunk one day. And here we are. I have a skunk. I'm probably gonna get sprayed trying to get rid of it. I don't have any genius ideas. It's like skunks are just a problem, and I'm just not sure what to do right now. I could do nothing, and it'll have buy a bar of Irish Spring soap, make shavings, and spread them around the house. You mean in front of its burrow or something? Why would Irish Spring soap help with any of that? Do they hate Irish Spring soap? Like, oh, you mean around? I thought you meant like inside, like around the house. I'm like, what the? How would that help? Having shavings of soap, it deters all critters. Maybe poison. Really? Bar of Irish Spring soap, make shaving this. How? What? But why? Can you explain to me why that works? I've never heard of that before. I heard it on YouTube a long time ago. That counts. That counts in my book. That's all I need to hear. They don't like the smell. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try that. You said Irish Spring Soul? It's not soul. Oh my god. Soap, not soul. Bro is locked in. We're gonna be a 12-hour stream. No, because I do have to walk the dog and I do have to eat. That's part of the reason I have to like stop eventually. But honestly, guys, I feel like this is really. I just need to kind of also lock in my memory how I'm doing this because I'm really liking the way this is coming out overall. I'm liking. It's a very dynamic picture. I think that part is working, and you know what I mean. I'm very happy with this. So I'll be back tomorrow. I gotta go eat my gym number 7 Jimmy John's. I gotta go down that. I gotta walk the dog, and then I'll be on Discord if anybody wants to play some Helldivers. I'll really appreciate it. I really enjoy Helldivers. I appreciate all the follows and the subscribe. Thank you, First Transit. Yeah, drop your info. Like we'll have to add each other somehow on there. Japochi, can you add him, and then I'll give me his information so I can put him in the Helldivers game. Anyway, I'm gonna go eat. Thank you guys so much. Let me raid you guys out really quick. Raid channel. What the? Let's see. Who am I following this live right now? Actually, there's not that many people on. What the? Ooh, this guy does some pretty cool things. Let's do this guy. Oh, I think he's gone, or maybe he's not.
Subscribed the day that I got my partner badge, and that was before. That was 10 years ago. So that was before the partner program